Chapter 1042. Not only had Wang Jianzhu agreed to send more elders to oversee the auction, he had even taken the initiative to promote it. This made Lin Xian even more surprised. His promotion and the promotion of the immortal martial auction were two different things. Senmu College was one of the top powers in the Tianwu continent. If it promoted the auction, it would definitely cause a stir among countless martial artists. Those big shots would definitely not be able to handle it. Can I ask why? Lin Xian smiled bitterly. This matter was a little out of his expectations. Wang Jianzhu laughed. Since we are collaborating on the immortal martial auction, of course we can't let you handle it alone. Furthermore, we also have some things in our hands that we want to use this auction to sell. As Wang Jianzhu explained, Lin Xian became more and more alarmed. He realized that Senmu College seemed to want to play big this time. The things in Senmu College's hands were definitely not simple. If they could appear in the auction this time, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Therefore, Lin Xian was overjoyed when he heard this news. With Senmu College's support, the news of the auction spread at an astonishing speed. In just a few days, the news had spread throughout the entire Blood Realm. Furthermore, it spread to other parts of the Tianwu continent at an extremely fast speed. Everyone who heard the news was shocked. What was Senmu College? It was one of the top powers in the Tianwu continent. It was an existence on the level of an overlord. Such a terrifying existence actually wanted to hold an auction. Furthermore, they wanted to auction off some of the college's items. This was too shocking. One had to know that anything that Senmu College would auction off was definitely extremely precious. While the crowd was inquiring about the immortal martial auction, another name suddenly entered their field of vision. Lin Xian, the young man, was the owner of the immortal martial auction. Not only that, this auction was jointly organized by him and Senmu College. After hearing this news, everyone was extremely shocked. They could not understand what kind of ability this young man had to be able to receive Senmu College's support and favor. For a moment, everyone was trying to find out more about Lin Xian. It wasn't just the great halls of the major powers. Even the ordinary martial artists were inquiring about it. Visiting the streets, tea houses, taverns, everywhere there were martial artists talking about Lin Xian. Did you know? It's said that this young man, Lin Xian, is very impressive. Although he's only a new student, he managed to become the third most influential person on the Mysterious Venerate list within half a year. Freshman? Third on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. That's too terrifying. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The students of Senmu College were not ordinary people. Every one of them was a genius. To stand out among these geniuses was many times more difficult than in other places. However, Lin Xian had gone from an unknown new student to an influential figure who was ranked in the top 3 of the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. This leap was simply too shocking. By the way, I also heard that the 3 great factions in the Wind-Seeking City were all eliminated by this young man called Lin Xian. Even the Wanxiang auction was no exception. What? He was the one who did it. I thought it was Senmu College. Everyone was shocked. After all, the Wanxiang auction was under Prince Ling Feng. This kid is too bold. Although he's one of the top 3 most influential people in Senmu College, isn't he courting death by going against Prince Ling Feng? Courting death? That's nothing. Another martial artist snorted. I just received news that Lin Xian killed Lu Yil at the birthday banquet in Crimson Crescent City not long ago. What? He killed Lu Yil? Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe it. Lu Yil was very famous because he was the peerless genius of the Ryu family, and the Ryu family was one of the 8 great families under Prince Ling Feng. They were extremely powerful. However, Lin Xian dared to attack the peerless genius of the Ryu family and even killed him. This was simply too shocking. Everyone was shocked. They were extremely shocked. At that moment, another martial artist revealed more shocking news. Not only did he kill Lu Yil, but he also killed the peerless assassins of the looming life-chasing organization. What? The 6 peerless assassins of the life-chasing organization. Everyone was stunned. They felt as if their brains weren't enough to process it. The life-chasing organization was not a family like the Ryu family. It was a terrifying organization that was even more terrifying than the Ryu family. The two organizations were not the same at all. No matter how powerful the Ryu family was, they were still a family. They were still restricted in their actions. However, the life-chasing organization was different. They were an assassin organization that hid in the dark. No one knew where their headquarters were. However, that did not affect their reputation. Back then, 49 peerless assassins chased after a peerless powerhouse of the 8th heaven of the Venerable Realm and killed him in the end. Such a magnificent feat deeply shocked the crowd. It could be said that the life-chasing organization was like the god of death in the Blood Realm. No matter who was targeted by the life-chasing organization, they would not be able to escape. However, Lin Xian killed 6 of the life-chasing organization's assassins in a row and survived a certain death situation. That was too unbelievable. As the news was revealed one after another, Lin Xian's reputation became more and more famous. Everyone was shocked and puzzled at the same time. They really wanted to know what this powerful young man who was full of miracles looked like. For a time, countless martial artists set off for Wenfeng City to find out what was going on. Meanwhile, the news of Lin Xian and the immortal martial auction spread like wildfire in the entire Blood Realm. However, when the Ryu family heard the news, they were extremely angry. Their family's top prodigy had been killed, which made them extremely mad. Initially, they had wanted to keep the news a secret and secretly kill Lin Xian in order to vent the hatred in their hearts. However, they did not expect that the news would be exposed in such a short period of time. Furthermore, it had spread to the point where everyone knew about it. That was a slap to the Ryu family's face. Now that everyone knew that their family's prodigy had been killed, how could they raise their heads in public in the future? This won't do. We have to kill that detestable kid to vent our hatred. Otherwise, the Ryu family will become the target of ridicule in the future. The Ryu family gritted their teeth. Meanwhile, in a huge and majestic palace, a beautiful woman was so angry that she shattered everything around her. Her actions scared the maids so much that they knelt on the ground. Lin Xian, how dare you kill my brother? I'll tear you to pieces. The beautiful woman's face was filled with killing intent, and her voice was ferocious. She was Lu Yiel's younger sister, Lu Mei. The moment she heard that Lu Yiel was dead, she was completely stunned. She did not believe that someone could kill her brother. Someone actually dared to kill her brother. One had to know that Lu Yiel was very powerful. As one of the top martial artists of the younger generation, he had many powerful trump cards in his hands. No one of the same level could kill him. As for the older generation, they did not dare to do anything. No one dared to disrespect Prince Ling Feng. After all, she was Prince Ling Feng's woman, so no one dared to provoke her brother. However, she did not expect that someone would kill her brother. This made her extremely desperate, and she wanted to tear that person to pieces immediately. Chapter 1043. Lin Xian, so what if you have the support of Senmu College? How dare you kill my brother? I'll kill you. I'll use your head as a sacrifice to my brother. Lu Mei's voice was cold. She had decided to use all her power to kill Lin Xian. On the other side, the remaining martial artists of the Wansheng auction were so angry that they gritted their teeth. Their faces were ferocious, and their bodies were filled with murderous intent. Damn it, I'm so angry. 6 peerless assassins couldn't kill him? What the hell are those people doing? The people of the Wansheng auction roared in anger. Sure enough, they were the ones who had hired the life-chasing organization. They had spent almost all their savings to hire the life-chasing organization to assassinate Lin Xian. They had thought that it would be a piece of cake for the life-chasing organization to kill Lin Xian. However, They had not expected the life-chasing organization to fail, twice at that. They could not believe it, and they could not accept it. Although they were Prince Ling Feng's men, they could not let Prince Ling Feng step in directly. Otherwise, this would no longer be a personal grudge. It would very likely escalate to a battle between two top forces. Therefore, Prince Ling Feng would not step in unless it was absolutely necessary. They had to use other forces. However, the assassin organization that they had been relying on was useless now. This made them extremely angry. What should we do? Do we really need to ask the higher-ups for help? No, we can't let the higher-ups do anything. Prince Ling Feng doesn't like to keep useless people around. If we can't do this, it means that we're useless. Then we'll have no value. An old man shook his head quickly. In the end, it's all because of this damned life-chasing organization. I thought they were powerful, but they couldn't even kill a kid. They even wasted a lot of our wealth. Another middle-aged man snorted. However, a cold voice suddenly came from the void. Who gave you the guts to speak ill of the life-chasing organization behind their backs? The voice was cold and emotionless. It was as if a sharp blade had sliced through the void, sending chills down everyone's spine. Upon hearing the voice, the people from the Wanxiang auction were all stunned. They looked around nervously. In the next moment, the space in front of them rippled, and a black figure appeared before them. It was a middle-aged man dressed in a black robe. He had a sharp aura about him. Although his face was ordinary, his eyes were unusually cold and carried a strong murderous aura. When they saw this figure, the faces of the people from the Wanxiang auction changed. This was because they knew that the middle-aged man in front of them was none other than the life hunters that they had mentioned before. Only those assassins could have such a strong, murderous aura. One of the old men sighed. We didn't mean to insult Zhue Ming. We were just a little impatient. The middle-aged man from before snorted coldly. What? You guys are incompetent and failed twice in a row. You don't even allow us to speak. You should know that we paid the spirit stones. We gave you such a large sum of spirit stones, but you still couldn't complete the task. Damn it. At this moment, the black-robed assassin from Life Hunters said coldly, You don't have to worry about the assassination. That person called Lin Xian is already on our must-kill list. Now, even if you didn't give us the task list, we would still kill him. I'm here to inform you of this matter. Hearing this, the people from the Wanxiang auction were overjoyed. Many of them even looked excited. The must-kill list of the Life Hunters was an extremely terrifying list. No one who had been on the list had survived until now. Now that Lin Xian was also on the list, they believed that it wouldn't be long before he was assassinated. When they thought of this, they revealed sinister smiles. It seemed that the two failures had really angered the Life Hunters. They must have put Lin Xian on the must-kill list to protect their reputation. Otherwise, with Lin Xian's strength, it would be impossible for him to be on the list. This was because those who were on the must-kill list were very famous and powerful martial artists. Seeing the excited expressions of the crowd, the middle-aged assassin from the Life Hunters said coldly, I'm done with the matter. However, when I came here, I heard that someone dared to slander our Life Hunters. This made me very angry. At the end of his words, the assassin exuded a terrifying, murderous aura. It formed a materialized light that spread out in all directions. The entire space suddenly froze. Everyone trembled as if they were being choked by their necks and could not breathe. The middle-aged man from the Wanxiang auction narrowed his eyes, and his expression changed drastically. This was because he felt a cold, murderous aura locking onto him. In the next moment, his scalp went numb. With a horrified expression, he turned around and fled. However, just as he turned around, a crescent moon light flashed in the air and slashed directly at his head. Puff! Fresh blood spurted into the sky. A human head flew high up into the air before landing heavily on the ground. The middle-aged man from the auction quickly fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, the remaining martial artists' expressions changed drastically. They were all terrified. They didn't expect the black-robed assassin in front of them to kill them. One of the old men was so angry that his whole body trembled. The assassin slowly put away the crescent moon blade in his hand and said coldly, "Life hunters will not tolerate humiliation. Anyone who dares to humiliate life hunters will disappear from this world. I hope you will keep your mouths shut in the future. Otherwise, you will end up like him." After saying this, the middle-aged assassin's body gradually faded. Finally, he turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared on the spot. The surrounding martial artists looked at the headless corpse on the ground and felt a chill run down their spines. Lin Xian naturally didn't know that those people had already begun to move. He was very busy now because Senma College had released another big move. Senma College was auctioning off a wordless stone tablet. This stone tablet was left behind by a king. Because it was a king from ancient times, it contained the insights of that king during his seclusion. There were even some self-created martial arts techniques. When the news spread, the entire Blood Realm was shocked. Countless powerful venerables were unusually excited. Their faces flushed red. They couldn't wait to fly over and participate in the auction. A king was the most powerful existence on the continent. Moreover, that stone tablet was left behind by an ancient king. For an ancient king, that was even more terrifying. He must have been extremely powerful. Anything left behind by such a person would definitely be extraordinary. Moreover, it was left behind by that king. The things it contained were definitely unimaginable. Therefore, those super experts were all excited. Not only that, but even the ordinary martial artists were extremely shocked. They discussed and screamed endlessly. Damn, Senma College is really generous. They can actually take out such a precious thing. Yeah, I heard that all the experts in the Blood Realm are excited. Many people have already begun to move. Chapter 1044. Not just the Blood Realm. The entire Sky Martial Continent is shaken. The insights left behind by a king are the best in the continent. No matter who obtains it, it will be a heaven-defying fortune. Furthermore, it was left behind by an ancient king. Even the House of Kings cannot ignore it. You are absolutely right. I heard that a few of the House of Kings outside have already started to move. The 6-star sects are also heading there. Once the news was out, everyone was shocked. The House of Kings was one of the most powerful forces in the continent. There were only a few of them in the entire Sky Martial Continent. Now, a wordless stone tablet had attracted the House of Kings. This was absolutely shocking news. Lin Xian was also shocked. He did not expect the Academy to take out such a precious item. However, after the shock, he was overjoyed. Once the news was out, the whole world would be shaken. At that time, countless powerful forces and peerless experts would come to participate in the auction. This would definitely make his auction the grandest auction in history. With this kind of reputation, it would be much easier to hold auctions in the future. Lin Xian was also excited. He decided to refine some purple spirit pills and auction them together. As the news spread, countless martial artists started to move towards Wenfeng City. Not only the Blood Realm's major forces, but even the entire Sky Martial Continent's experts came. In a short period of time, Wenfeng City became the center of attention of the entire Sky Martial Continent. A storm was brewing in Windy City, and many experts had arrived. The Immortal Martial Auction was also completed with the final decorations. Originally, the place where the Immortal Martial Auction was located was covered by a huge illusion array. No one could see the situation inside. However, on this day, Lin Xian finally gave the order to remove the illusion array. As the faint light disappeared, a huge palace appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This palace was extremely majestic. It was like a huge mountain standing in the middle of Wenfeng City. This was the newly built Immortal Martial Auction. It was extremely grand and could even accommodate 100,000 people. This auction was much more majestic than the previous Wanshan auction. There was no comparison between the two. At this moment, all the martial artists in Winfeng City raised their heads and looked at the huge palace in the middle. Then, everyone exclaimed in shock. What could they do? It was far too spectacular. The entire palace was suffused with a faint purple light. The entire structure was built with purple spirit wood and could be said to be incomparably solid. The purple light flickered like clouds of purple chi, continuously rolling and enveloping the entire palace. The huge building was richly carved with all kinds of precious beasts, and they were as lifelike as pine trees. How was this an auction? This was simply a heavenly palace. Lin Xian was also very satisfied with the appearance of this auction. He, Wang Li, Dongfang Xiong, and the others climbed to the top of the palace. Standing on top of a tall building, they leaned against the railing and looked down. Suddenly, a sense of ambition and aspiration arose spontaneously. He knew that in the near future, a super auction would be held here. This was going to be an unprecedented golden age. It far exceeded the previous Wanxiang auction, as he knew that the participants of the auction this time were all terrifying figures and peerless experts. This kind of standard was probably rare in the entire Tianwu continent. Then, Lin Xian brought Wang Li, Dongfang Xiong, and the others to carefully inspect the array in the palace. Everyone nodded in satisfaction and excitement. Oh, right. How are the preparations for the auction going? Lin Xian asked. Almost done. The main items are all provided by the school. However, we have also promoted it in the school, so many disciples are willing to take out their treasures and auction them. Also, many forces in the blood field are willing to auction here. The quantity and quality are sufficient. Coupled with the few precious items provided by the school, this auction is definitely enough to shock the world, Wang Li said. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. He was very confident in Wang Li's work. However, in the next moment, he suddenly frowned and looked at the sky, his expression extremely solemn. The crimson dragon also flew out of the demonic beast pouch with a look of surprise. What a terrifying aura! Then, the wind and clouds changed, and an unusually oppressive atmosphere enveloped Windy City. At this moment, not only Lin Xian, but all the martial artists in the city felt it. Countless people raised their heads and looked at the sky in horror. They did not understand what was happening, but they knew that the aura was too terrifying, enough to destroy the entire Windy City. Fortunately, although the aura was terrifying, it did not carry any offensive power. Otherwise, the martial artists in the city would not be able to withstand it. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, a black shadow floated over from afar like a dark cloud. When the crowd saw the true appearance of the black shadow, their mouths were wide open, and they were dumbfounded. Even Lin Xian's pupils shrank, and he took a deep breath. The clouds in the sky rolled, as if a beast was roaring. Suddenly, countless rays of light surged out from the clouds. Each ray was extremely dazzling, like a divine rainbow. Then, the rays of light became brighter and brighter, and finally pierced through the clouds, completely tearing the clouds apart. A huge spiritual boat appeared. It was completely white and was completely made of high-quality divine jade. It was like a wild beast, breaking through the sky from afar. Along with its arrival, countless rays of light hung down, and a terrifying and suffocating aura came from it. Countless people were terrified because the aura was too terrifying. It must be someone from a super force. Sure enough, in the next moment, the white jade divine boat floated above Windy City and did not land. It seemed to be waiting for something. Lin Xian took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. He knew that a big shot from a top force had arrived, but because the auction had not started yet, the other party did not come out. He did not expect that such a big shot would come in advance. It seemed that the temptation of the king's steel was not small. However, what shocked him was that after the white jade divine boat arrived, another terrifying aura descended. In the distance, a terrifying roar suddenly came, shaking heaven and earth. It was like the roar of a wild beast. Hearing that sound, all the warriors in Windy City felt their blood boil, as if it was going to rush out of their bodies. Some of the weaker ones even turned pale and sat on the ground. Under everyone's shocked gazes, countless rays of light flashed, and 9 huge flood dragons appeared in the sky, side by side. Behind them, a bronze chariot that was suffused with divine light was quickly approaching. The 9 flood dragons were huge, and they roared ferociously. They soared through the clouds and carried the shocking power of wind and thunder as they quickly rushed over. At this moment, everyone's expression changed. Even the experts from the Blood Realm who had come before were shocked and terrified. There were only a few days until the auction, so the big forces and experts of the Blood Realm had all come to Windy City. Among these people, there were 6 heaven venerables. There were patriarchs of big families and sect masters of powerful religions. They thought that they were big shots above everyone in the Blood Realm. However, at this moment, compared to the other party, they could not be more insignificant. 9 flood dragons pulling a chariot. This method was absolutely heaven-defying. Chapter 1045. 9 Jiao dragons pulling the chariot. This method was absolutely heaven-defying. Those were Jiao dragons. Although they were not true dragons, they still had the blood of the dragon clan. It could be said that they were extremely powerful and were truly terrifying beasts. Even some of the most powerful experts would not be able to fight against it. However, such terrifying beasts were being used to pull a chariot, and there were 9 of them. Just thinking about this scene made people tremble. 9 Jiao dragons pulling a huge bronze chariot. That kind of scene was extremely spectacular. To be able to use 9 Jiao dragons to pull a chariot, it was definitely a peerless figure. Such a person, even if you searched the entire Blood Realm, you would not find many. Only those powerful house of kings had such courage. The 9 Jiao dragons roared ferociously, their huge bodies filling the space. They also stopped above Windy City and did not land. Everyone looked up at the sky above the city and gasped. However, they were extremely excited. One must know that they did not have the chance to see these big figures on a normal day, let alone such a spectacle. Today, in just one day, they actually saw 2 peerless figures. This was an earth-shattering event for them. Moreover, they believed that as the auction went on, there would definitely be more terrifying figures coming. Lin Xian had already informed Senmu College about what was happening here. The appearance of such a big figure was not something he could handle. He had to invite the elders or hall masters of the college. The college did not delay and directly sent the elders to Windy City. Lin Xian was in charge of everything. Soon time passed. It was less than 3 days before the start of the Immortal Martial Auction. Windy City was very lively with all kinds of powerful martial artists walking around. The white jade divine boat and the 9 Jiao dragon chariot stopped high in the sky, becoming a spectacle. On this day, the void fluctuated again, and a huge figure covered the sky. It was thousands of miles long, majestic and mighty, coming from afar. It was a huge divine bird with 3 heads, ferocious and terrifying. Wherever it passed, there was a burst of wind and thunder, and the whole void trembled. Along with it was a terrifying and vast aura. It was like a wave that was rolling toward them. Divine Bird Palace. Many martial artists below sucked in a breath of cold air, because in the Tianmu continent, only the Divine Bird Palace had such a powerful and terrifying 3-headed divine bird. Countless people's hearts trembled. They did not expect that another powerful force would descend upon wind-seeking city. The huge 3-headed divine bird circled in the air, riding on the clouds. Then, with a few flashes of light, countless powerful figures flew down quickly. In an instant, the cultivators of the Divine Bird Palace landed on the street. They had arrogant looks on their faces as they walked with majestic gait. Each of them exuded a powerful aura, causing the surrounding cultivators to not dare to approach them. Soon, these people disappeared from the streets, leaving behind numerous martial artists who were trembling in fear. However, before these martial artists could come back to their senses, another phenomenon appeared in the sky. A shocking sword light flew over from the distance, splitting mountains and splitting rivers. It was incomparably terrifying, tearing the clouds in half. Terrifying sword chi spread out in all directions. A gigantic, heavenly sword appeared in the sky. It was engraved with densely packed inscriptions and emitted a terrifying energy. White figures flew out from the huge sword, like streaks of sword light instantly rushing down. It was a group of swordsmen. Each of them wore a white robe and carried a long sword on their back. Their expressions were extremely sharp, like unsheathed swords. Deity sword villa. Seeing this group of people, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air again. This was definitely a terrifying force. Very swiftly, there were elders from the Immortal Martial Academy who came forth to invite these people in. Next, various powerful forces arrived one after another. Lin Xian followed Wan Dian Zhu to receive them. At this moment, golden light flashed in the sky. Countless rays of light condensed, as if a sun had descended upon wind-seeking city. That terrifying aura was unbearable to the crowd. So terrifying. What is that? Countless people looked at this scene, and their hearts trembled. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, the golden sun spun quickly and finally formed a figure. It was an old man in a Taoist robe. His body was shining with golden light, like golden feathers, emitting a metallic luster. Taoist golden crow. When Wan Dianzhu saw that figure, he did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly went up to greet him. Next to him, Lin Xian was also shocked because he had seen Taoist golden crow before. He had seen him refining weapons on the 8th level of the Mountain of Flames. He did not expect to meet him again this time. Taoist golden crow revealed his figure, but he did not look directly at Wan Dianzhu. Instead, he frowned and looked at the other side of the void. Seeing this, everyone was puzzled. However, Taoist golden crow snorted coldly and said in a cold voice, "Who are you? Who are you? Why are you sneaking around? I hate people like you the most." After saying that, he waved his hand, and countless golden lights gathered. It was as if golden wings streaked across the void. Countless golden lights pierced through the void and flew to a corner of the sky. Everyone was surprised and widened their eyes. They could not understand. That was because there was no one there. Why would the old Taoist do that? However, in the next moment they understood. Several screams suddenly came from the void that was originally empty. Then, terrifying blood spread and dyed the sky red. 5 corpses dressed in black fell from the sky. Each of them had countless golden feathers piercing through their bodies. Seeing the corpses, countless people cried out in shock. The life chasers. Lin Xian's expression also became very ugly. Needless to say, those people must have come to kill him. However, he did not expect Taoist Golden Crow to attack first and kill them. As the 5 corpses fell to the ground, another figure quickly ran off into the distance like a ghostly wisp of smoke. However, Taoist Golden Crow snorted coldly. He stretched out his palm and grabbed upward like a huge beast's claw. Soon, the illusory figure was knocked out of the void. It was an old man with gray hair. His eyes were like that of the god of death, filled with a terrifying, murderous aura. "How dare you touch me? I'm a member of the Life Chasers." The old man roared ferociously. "Who you are has nothing to do with me. How dare you sneak around in front of me? Only death awaits you." Taoist Golden Crow snorted coldly. He stretched out his huge palm that flickered with a terrifying golden light and grabbed at the old man. He did not care who the other party was and attacked directly. Humph! The old man in black also shouted angrily, and a powerful aura erupted from his body. That aura was too terrifying. It was like a flash flood that made people despair. 6th level honorable realm. Everyone screamed when they felt that aura. Lin Xian's expression also became extremely ugly in an instant. He did not expect the other party to send a peerless 6th-level honorable realm assassin to kill him. If Taoist Golden Crow had not suddenly attacked and killed those people, he would have been in danger today. Chapter 1046. It was a very dangerous situation for Lin Xian. Although he was powerful and the leader of the younger generation, he was only at the 4th heaven of the Venerable Realm. Even if he went all out, he could at most fight against a 5th heaven of the Venerable Realm. However, he had no power to fight back against a 6th heaven of the Venerable Realm. It could be said that he would definitely die if the 6th heaven of the Venerable Realm made a move. The surrounding people were also shocked. They naturally knew about the hatred between Lin Xian and Zhue Ming, but they did not expect Zhue Ming to send a 6th heaven of the Venerable Realm assassin to kill Lin Xian. It was definitely a death trap. Even Wan Dianzhu's face was extremely gloomy. Lin Xian was a genius disciple of Senma College, but Zhue Ming ignored Senma College and sent such a peerless assassin to kill Lin Xian. This made him extremely angry. Fortunately, Master Golden Crow had made a move, or he would have made a move too. In the void, the black-clothed old man exuded the powerful aura of a 6th heaven of the Venerable Realm. He was like a god of war, looking disdainfully at the surroundings as he resisted the terrifying palm. However, Master Golden Crow snorted disdainfully. "Assassin! I hate assassins the most. Die, die!" In the sky, the golden palm flew out with a flickering golden light. It was like a golden sun as it quickly charged towards the black-clothed old man. This scene was too terrifying. It was as if Master Golden Crow was holding a real sun in his hand and blasting it in all directions. Bang! The two collided without any suspense. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, the black-clothed old man was forcibly refined by the golden sun and turned into a bloody mist. In the end, all the blood in the sky evaporated, leaving not a trace behind as if it had never appeared. Seeing this scene, the crowd's hearts trembled violently and their scalps went numb. A strong sense of fear rose from the bottom of their hearts. That was a 6th heaven of the Venerable Realm, an extremely powerful existence. However, he could not even withstand a single move and was forcibly refined into a bloody mist. In the end, not even a trace of blood was left behind. This old man is too terrifying, isn't he? Just who is he? Could it be that a 6th rank sect leader has made a move? Everyone discussed spiritedly, not daring to believe what they were seeing. It was because this type of method was just too terrifying, too heaven-defying. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he watched this scene. His heart was pounding wildly, and he felt the blood in his body boiling. This was a true peerless expert. To be able to kill a 6th-layer, martial, venerable assassin with a single move, Yi Qin didn't take the other party seriously at all. At this moment, Lin Xian was extremely excited. He knew that this was his true goal. Taking a deep breath, he calmed the excitement in his heart, and his eyes flashed with a shocking light, because he believed that one day he would also reach such heights. Wan Dianzhu's expression was also solemn. He moved and quickly took Taoist Golden Crow away. Knowing that the terrifying figure had disappeared, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They found that the clothes on their backs were completely soaked, as if they had gone through a great battle. Who exactly was that old man? However, it was so terrifying that it could kill a 6th heaven venerable in one move. Taoist Golden Crow, he is Taoist Golden Crow. Someone said in a trembling voice, "Are you saying that he's the peerless demon who has lived for more than 1,000 years, the powerhouse of the Golden Crow clan?" Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They didn't expect that such a powerful old man was not a human, but a demon. Not only that, he was from the Golden Crow clan, which was very powerful among the demons. No wonder he was so terrifying and domineering that he didn't take the life-chasing organization seriously at all. The Golden Crow clan was extremely terrifying. They were an existence that could contend with the human House of Kings, so why would they take an assassin organization seriously? After knowing the other party's identity, everyone was shocked. Taoist Golden Crow attacked the life-chasing organization. Could it be that he was protecting Lin Xian? Everyone guessed. If that was the case, then the news was too terrifying. No, it doesn't look like it. He probably doesn't like people hiding around him. A martial artist said. Hearing that, everyone was speechless. Just because he hated the other party's actions, he banned all the assassins of the life-chasing organization in one move. That was too domineering and arrogant. However, no one dared to say anything because he had the right to be domineering and arrogant. The people from the Vientiane auction were also in the crowd. When they saw this scene, they were so shocked that their jaws dropped. They didn't expect the life-chasing organization to send a sixth heaven venerable realm assassin to kill Lin Xian. However, what was even more unexpected was that these assassins were mercilessly killed before they could even make a move. The reason was that the other party didn't like people hiding around him. Needless to say, these assassins were too unlucky. Damn it, that kid's luck is so good. He actually dodged that fatal attack. The people from the Vientiane auction looked ferocious as they gritted their teeth. Originally, Lin Xian would definitely die if a sixth heaven venerable realm assassin attacked. But now, all their plans were in vain. Let's go! We can't stay here any longer. There are too many big shots around him. If we attack now, it's tantamount to courting death. The people from the Vientiane auction retreated. Although they were unwilling, they didn't dare to joke about their lives. A group of people quickly escaped among the crowd. They weren't the only ones who were shocked. The people from the Ryu family were also shocked. When they saw this scene, their eyelids twitched violently. Elder, what should we do? Do we still follow the original plan? A middle-aged man asked. The leader of the group was a grand elder from the Ryu family. When he heard this, his eyelids twitched violently. Cancel the plan. Don't attack. There are too many big shots. If we anger any of them, we won't be able to resist. Let's wait until the auction is over. The Grand Elder of the Ryu family immediately cancelled the plan to assassinate Lin Xian. He was really scared. Even a sixth heaven venerable realm assassin was killed in one move. He didn't dare to take the risk now. If Lin Xian had someone like that by his side, he would be dead for sure. For a moment, those who wanted to kill Lin Xian all hid themselves and didn't dare to show their faces. However, none of this escaped Lin Xian's eyes. Brother Xian, I've found out that the people from the Vientiane auction and the Ryu family have all come to Windy City. Also, according to various signs, this group was invited by the Vientiane auction. Yu Fei quickly said. He'd entered the Venerable Realm a long time ago. Moreover, he'd relied on his outstanding intelligence, gathering skills, and the enormous resources in Lin Xian's possession to establish an intelligence network that was beginning to take shape. He didn't dare to say anything about other places, but in Windy City, nothing could escape his eyes. Therefore, he knew everything about the Vientiane auction and the Ryu family. Send someone to keep a close eye on them. Be careful, don't make a move on the Ryu family. As for the Vientiane auction, let Dongfang take care of it with a group of people. Lin Xian said coldly. Chapter 1047. The other party had sent an assassin organization to assassinate him multiple times. This time, it was even more dangerous. They had sent a sixth-rank venerable. If not for the special circumstances, he would have been assassinated by now. He would not show mercy to such an enemy. As for the Ryu family, he would not let them off if they dared to make a move on him. However, now was not the time. Yu Fei received the order and quickly left. He was preparing to send people to monitor the two parties. Dongfang Xiong led an elite team from the Dragon Sword Pavilion to cooperate with Yu Fei. After giving the order, Lin Xian did not pay any more attention to them. He focused all his attention on the auction. He was originally worried that the Ryu family and the Life Hunters would cause trouble. However, it seemed that this worry was completely gone. The lineup for this auction was too strong. The peerless powerhouses of the various factions were all present. Without Lin Xian saying anything, no one would dare to cause trouble here. Whoever made a move here would become the enemy of the various factions. Finally, the immortal martial auction began under everyone's anticipation. Above Wind-Seeking City, on the huge white Jade Divine Land and the Nine Dragons War Chariot, two important figures entered the immortal martial auction under the invitation of the Senmo College Elder. The huge palace emitted a faint purple light and emitted a dreamy color. The peerless powerhouses of the various factions were led into the auction by the Wan Dianju. Lin Xian was in charge of the younger generation. Of course, Lin Xian was not receiving ordinary people. He was receiving the younger generation of the various factions. During this process, he met the Shen family's disciple again. This time, other than Shen Yulong and the 6th rank alchemy inscription master, there was another young man. The young man was handsome. There was a heroic spirit between his eyebrows. His every move exuded an extraordinary aura. Lin Xian realized that even the 6 alchemy inscription masters were standing behind this person. Lin Xian was very surprised to see this. However, he didn't care. No matter who the other party was, they wouldn't dare to behave atrociously in this auction. When Shen Yulong and the 6th grade alchemy inscription master saw Lin Xian, their faces immediately darkened. "Oh, I didn't expect to see you again. The 2 geniuses of the Shen family," Lin Xian said as he looked at Shen Yulong and Shen Yulong. Hearing the word genius, Shen Yulong and the gloomy youth's faces darkened. When others called them geniuses, they would feel proud and complacent. However, when Lin Xian called them geniuses, they felt like they were being mocked and despised. It couldn't be helped. Lin Xian was too heaven-defying. Whether it was strength or talent, he was stronger than them. Shen Yulong snorted coldly, his expression extremely gloomy. The 6th grade alchemy inscription master's expression was even gloomier. He said coldly, "Don't be so smug. Aren't you just relying on Senmo College's background to open an auction? What's there to be arrogant about?" Although he snorted coldly, there was a strong sense of jealousy in his words. Opening an auction isn't a big deal, but you probably won't have the chance to do so in your lifetime. Lin Xian shrugged. "Moreover, you seem to be inferior to me in terms of alchemy, right?" You. Hearing this, the gloomy youth trembled in anger. However, he soon sneered. "Humph. Who knows if you refined that 7th grade pill yourself? Maybe it was refined by an elder of Senmo College, and you just pretended to be him. Don't think that your alchemy skills are unparalleled in the world. In my opinion, there are many people who can trample you to death. There are indeed many people, but you are not one of them." Lin Xian shrugged, looking indifferent. Hearing this, the gloomy youth had the urge to vomit blood. At this moment, the handsome youth beside him, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. "You're Lin Xian?" He stood with his hands behind his back, looking arrogant. "That's right, it's him." Before Lin Xian could speak, the 6th grade alchemy inscription master beside him gritted his teeth and said. Hearing this, the handsome youth nodded. Then his eyes focused, and an inexplicable power surged out of his body, surging towards Lin Xian. Feeling this power, Lin Xian frowned slightly, and his face darkened. This was because he could sense that this was the power of the soul. Moreover, it was an extremely powerful soul force. This soul force far exceeded that of the gloomy youth beside him. To be able to reach this level of soul force, it was definitely not simple. His soul force is very strong, but it doesn't seem to have reached the standard of a 7th grade alchemy inscription master. This strength is at the peak of a 6th grade alchemy inscription master, but compared to me, it's too far away. The handsome youth shook his head. Hearing this, Shen Yulong and the gloomy youth's expressions changed. Then they revealed joyful smiles. I knew it. How could he be a 7th grade alchemy inscription master? Now it seems that he really isn't. That's right. Refining a 7th grade pill? As expected, he's full of nonsense. In my opinion, that pill wasn't refined by him at all. The two of them looked at Lin Xian with sneers on their faces. At this moment, the handsome youth spoke again. Kid, you can't be too arrogant, especially on the path of alchemy. You should tuck your tail between your legs. You should know that there are many people who are more outstanding than you. At least compared to me, you're nothing. The handsome youth's face was full of arrogance. He didn't put Lin Xian in his eyes at all. The gloomy youth sneered. Of course, with Brother Tianyu making a move, he definitely won't be a match for you. Kid, in front of Brother Tianyu, you're nothing. However, the handsome youth shook his head. Unless it's a 7th grade alchemy inscription master, there's no one worthy of me making a move. After saying this, he directly walked into the auction house without looking at Lin Xian again. Seeing the handsome youth walk in, Shen Yulong and the gloomy youth sneered and quickly followed. Looking at the three figures, Wang Li gnashed his teeth in anger. Who do they think they are? They actually dare to be arrogant in front of Brother Xian. Yeah, Brother Xian, why don't you teach them a lesson? Look at that kid's arrogant attitude. Those who don't know would think that he's a pill king. The other dragon's sword pavilion disciple also had a face full of anger. Lin Xian's face was also gloomy. The other party was too arrogant. However, he didn't act blindly without thinking. From the soul force test just now, he knew that the other party's soul force was very powerful. It had already reached the level of a 7th grade alchemy inscription master. This was definitely a powerful opponent. Don't underestimate him. He should be a 7th grade alchemy inscription master, Lin Xian slowly said. A 7th grade alchemy inscription master? Him. Wang Li and the others were shocked. They sucked in a breath of cold air. They didn't expect that the handsome youth was actually a 7th grade alchemy inscription master. They couldn't help but be shocked. After all, 7th grade alchemy inscription masters were extremely rare and precious. Every single one of them was a VIP that various powers would fight over. Most 7th grade alchemy inscription masters were old monsters that had lived for hundreds of years. It was rare to see a 7th grade alchemy inscription master, and the handsome youth from before was also a 7th grade alchemy inscription master. No wonder he was so arrogant. Chapter 1048. Brother Xian, are we just going to let him continue to be arrogant? Wang Li and the others were unconvinced. Don't worry. If he comes looking for trouble, I'll let him know that a 7th grade alchemist is nothing. Lin Xian's mouth curled into a sneer. Seeing this smile, Wang Li and the others breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Looking at the situation, Lin Xian didn't seem to be afraid of the 7th grade alchemist. Let's go. The receptionists are almost here. I think the auction should be starting soon. Lin Xian looked the time and said in a deep voice. Then they also walked into the auction house. After entering the auction house, Lin Xian directly went to the 3rd floor. There was a VIP room there that was specially built for him, because from there he could clearly see every scene in the auction, taking in everything in a panoramic view. After entering the special VIP room, Lin Xian looked down through the huge crystal glass. The entire main hall was filled with a sea of people. The black mass of heads was everywhere. The 100,000 seats were all filled. In addition, every VIP room was filled with important figures. Damn, that Taoist golden crow really came. Wang Li looked down and said with a face full of fear. Sure enough, Lin Xian saw the old Taoist golden crow sitting in the middle. The warriors around him were also strong. But at this moment, in front of the old Taoist golden crow, they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. This old Taoist golden crow is definitely here for the throne stone tablet. The corners of Wang Li and the others' mouths twitched. Although there were many rare treasures in this auction, there was no doubt that the King's Stone tablet was the final treasure. Lin Xian looked down and was also surprised. That old man can't be an elder of the Shen family, right? His eyelids twitched wildly. He was very shocked because that old man was too terrifying. There were 108 shining halos behind him like a Buddha. Lin Xian had seen this kind of cultivation technique on Xinyaotian, but compared to this old man, it was like the difference between a firefly and the moon. The terrifying old man was escorted into the VIP lounge by a group of people. F***CK, look at that guy, he actually has 3 heads. Wang Li rebuked a figure below who was walking with a majestic gait. They are from the Divine Bird Palace. Lin Xian's gaze was slightly gloomy. He had some conflicts with this sect before. Back then, he had killed many disciples of Divine Bird Palace. He thought that this sect was nothing, but now it seemed that it was not so simple. There was definitely a reason why the other party could become a powerful rank 6 sect. Just the strength of the few people below was too terrifying. Although it was said to have 3 heads, it was actually 1 human head and 2 divine bird phantoms. However, the illusory image was too solid, as if it was real. These 3 heads contained the power of wind, fire, and lightning respectively. Lin Xian could even feel the power of his martial soul from the 3 heads. Could it be the triplet martial soul? Lin Xian's eyelids twitched when he thought of this possibility. If his guess was correct, then the expert of Divine Bird Palace was absolutely heaven-defying. A group of people from the Divine Bird Palace also walked into a VIP room in a grandiose manner. At this time, Lin Xian's gaze also moved away from the expert of Divine Bird Palace and looked in another direction, because he felt a sharp sword qi. The qi was too strong, as if a peerless divine sword had appeared in the world. Who is that middle-aged man? So terrifying. Next to him, Wang Li said with a frightened face. Just looking at the other party caused his eyes to hurt, and his body felt like it was being split open. It should be the people of Deity, Sword Villa. Lin Xian said. In the Tianwu continent, he could not think of a second sect that had such a strong sword qi, except for Deity Sword Villa. Looking at the figure, Lin Xian was moved, and he felt that the great dragon sword spirit in his body was unusually loud. Taking a deep breath, he operated his mysterious art and suppressed the great dragon sword spirit. The other party was too terrifying, and he did not deliberately adjust his qi. Just the aftermath of the overflowing qi could cause the great dragon sword spirit in his body to fluctuate, which was absolutely shocking. One by one, the big shots walked into the auction and then entered the VIP lounge. Soon, Lin Xian saw that Murong Qingqing had also arrived, along with Ancestor Qiyu. However, these people were accompanying an old man with a head full of white hair. The old man bowed with his hands behind his back, as if he was an ordinary old man, and there was no trace of abnormality. However, Ancestor Qiyu followed behind him very respectfully. This was enough to show that the old man was extraordinary. When all the experts entered the VIP lounge, the entire auction was very lively. Dong! A low and deep voice rang out, echoing throughout the auction hall. Suddenly, the entire auction quieted down, and countless people looked forward in anticipation, because they knew that the auction was about to begin. At the front, there was an auction stage made of 1,000-year-old purple spiritual wood, and there were 2 true dragons carved on it. They were circling each other, fighting for a dragon pearl. The entire auction stage was emitting a faint purple light, which was abnormally gentle and emitted a mysterious power. An old man with a sage-like demeanor walked up to the auction stage and looked around with a smile. Lin Xian had seen this old man before. He was an elder of the 10,000 Treasure Hall, and he was invited to host this auction. 12 beautiful girls were divided into 2 rows, and each of them held a wooden box made of purple spiritual wood, which was covered with a red cloth. Obviously, these 12 wooden boxes contained the items that were going to be auctioned. The items that were going to be auctioned at the beginning would not be too precious, so the big shots did not take a fancy to them. However, these items were not ordinary, and one could tell from the reactions of the ordinary warriors. The old man with a sage-like demeanor was obviously an expert at auctioning. With just a few words, he had stirred up the atmosphere of the auction. Soon, 3 items were successfully auctioned off, and the atmosphere of the auction was completely livened up. The auctioneer looked at the lively hall, smiled, and said in a clear voice, "The next item to be auctioned is a type of elixir, which was refined by an outstanding disciple of our school." Hearing that the elixir was refined by a Senmu College disciple, the big shots immediately lost interest. In their opinion, what kind of elixir could a little disciple refine? However, in the next moment, they were in an uproar because the auctioneer continued. This elixir was called the Purple Spiritual Elixir, and it was a 7th grade elixir. Its effect was very special. It could allow a warrior to enter an ethereal state. In this state, a warrior could repair and perfect his martial soul. What? A 7th grade elixir? Repair a martial soul? Hearing this, all the warriors in the hall were completely shocked, and then all kinds of noisy discussions broke out. No way! Isn't this an elixir refined by a disciple? How could it be a 7th grade elixir? Did I hear wrongly? Yeah, this is too unbelievable. Why do I feel like it's not real? It can even cultivate a martial soul. Is there really such a magical elixir? Everyone was discussing, and they did not believe it. Chapter 1049. At this moment, the auctioneer said indifferently, "Everyone, my Immortal Martial Arts Academy has a reputation. Do you still need to doubt it?" Hearing this, everyone's hearts were completely at ease. That's right, this is Senmu College, one of the top forces in the Tianmu continent. How could they lie? After confirming the authenticity of the information, these people became excited again. Their eyes were burning with excitement. They had never heard of a pill that could improve one's martial soul. However, just by listening to the effects, they knew that this thing was extremely rare. Not only the warriors, but even some experts at the 5th or 6th heaven of the Venerable Realm were excited. They quickly bid, wanting to buy this pill. 40 million, 50 million. Don't fight, I'll pay 80 million. F*CK. You want to buy this pill with 80 million? Dream on. I'll pay 100 million. Everyone competed and raised the price. Moreover, the ones who bid were some of the older generation experts. The younger generation looked at each other with bitter smiles on their faces. The corners of their mouths twitched slightly. They realized that they could not interfere at all. Looking at this fiery scene, Lin Xian smiled. He knew that the purple spirit pill's effects were very good, but he did not expect it to be so popular. The older generation experts acted as if they had been injected with chicken blood and crazily bid. Wang Li was also extremely excited when he saw this scene. I originally thought that it was only the younger generation who were tempted, but I didn't expect the older generation to bid so crazily. This was normal. In fact, these older generation experts were the ones who really needed the purple spirit pill. Because their cultivation had reached a certain height and reached a bottleneck, it was very difficult for them to advance further. Moreover, they were not young anymore. Some of them had even lived for hundreds of years. It was obvious that their talent had reached its limit. Unless they had a fortuitous encounter or a heavenly treasure, they would not be able to advance further. Now that there was such an opportunity, how could they give it up? In the end, the pill was sold at the price of 300 million mid-grade spirit stones. Lin Xian had refined a total of 3 purple spirit pills, and he had bought them separately. Therefore, the price of the remaining 2 pills did not decrease, but increased by a lot. The second pill was sold for 350 million mid-grade spirit stones, and the third pill was even more shocking, reaching 400 million. This made Lin Xian extremely shocked. In such a short time, more than 1 billion yuan had already entered his account. This kind of money-making speed could be said to be godly. Lin Xian was in a good mood. At this time, on the auction stage, the auctioneer laughed again. The next item to be auctioned had an extraordinary origin. It was an ancient artifact. An ancient artifact. Hearing this, Everyone's interest was piqued. Even the big shots in the VIP rooms were surprised. Seeing the crowd's reaction, the auctioneer smiled. Then he clapped his hands, and 6 girls walked out from behind. These 6 girls were not weak, but at this moment they looked very strained. With every step he took, the ground shook slightly. Seeing this scene, everyone was surprised. They all stretched their necks and looked forward. It was a pagoda with a total of 6 levels. It was completely black, but looking at it now, it was indeed dim. There were even some damages on the surface. Incomplete? Many people looked disappointed when they saw the damaged pagoda. The VIPs in the VIP rooms, in particular, immediately lost interest. Some people were even dissatisfied. How could a damaged item be auctioned? That's right. What's the use of such a thing? Everyone was dissatisfied. However, the auctioneer was not displeased at all. Instead, he said with a smile, "Everyone, don't jump to conclusions. This is an ancient artifact. Even if it's an ancient artifact, it's still broken. I'm afraid its effect is not as good as a mid-grade, spirit-grade artifact." Many people still shook their heads. However, some of the older generation people looked suspicious because the auctioneer had mentioned an ancient artifact twice in a row. Could it be that there was something special about this pagoda? Could you explain in detail? One of the older generation people asked. Hearing this, the auctioneer smiled and continued. This pagoda was found in an ancient ruin. The ancient ruin was very old, at least 10,000 years of history. 10,000 years! Hearing this, everyone was shocked. This was not a short period of time. In fact, it could be said to be very long. One had to know that a king could only live for 3,000 years at most. One could imagine how long 10,000 years was. So, everyone went silent when they heard this, and they listened carefully. The auctioneer continued, "We've confirmed that this pagoda was refined by an expert who was half a step into the king realm. There are extremely profound inscriptions within the pagoda, and these inscriptions are all ancient inscriptions." Everyone was shocked when they heard the auctioneer's words. Half a step into the king realm. Such a figure was extraordinary. After all, king realm experts were the overlords of the heavens and the earth. There were only a few king realm experts in the entire Martial Sky continent, and no new king realm experts had appeared in the last few thousand years. So, it was obvious how difficult it was to become a king realm expert. Half a step into the king realm was sufficient to prove the terrifying natural talent of that person. So long as nothing unexpected happened, that person would become a true king realm expert in the end. This kind of person was absolutely shocking and brilliant. So, the treasured artifact refined by that person was definitely a shocking treasure as well. At this moment, it wasn't just the ordinary cultivators who were shocked. Even the great figures in the VIP rooms couldn't maintain their composure. Although they were great figures, they were still very far away from the king realm. They didn't even know if they could touch that boundary in their lifetime. But now, if they could obtain a half-step king realm treasure, they might even have a chance to comprehend the inscriptions within it. Since they had a chance to approach the king realm, just thinking about it made them excited. Because becoming a king realm expert was the wish of every cultivator. So, those great figures couldn't sit still and made their moves. 300 million. The Shun family bid. 500 million. The Deity Sword Villa bid quickly. 700 million. This was an expert from the Deity Bird Palace. Most of the cultivators' expressions changed when they heard this price. It couldn't be helped. This price was too terrifying. It was in the hundreds of millions. Not many people could afford such a price. Those cultivators smiled bitterly because they didn't even have the chance to bid. Lin Xian was also shocked. He didn't expect such a precious item to appear so quickly. Moreover, these prices were really too high. Looking at the price, it wasn't lower than a half-Earth ranked treasure at all, and it might even be higher. The great figures from the House of Kings bid a few times and didn't say anything else. Because there were true kings in their clans, they weren't too excited about the treasures of a half-step king realm treasure. However, it was different for the others. After all, there were only a few members of the House of Kings, and the others didn't have the chance to comprehend a king realm treasure, especially those sixth-rank sects. All of their eyes were red with greed. Their forces were powerful, and they were only inferior to the House of Kings. If they could obtain this treasure, then perhaps a true king realm expert would appear in their sections. At that time, they wouldn't be sixth-rank sects, but king realm sects. Chapter 1050. The sixth-rank sects were all envious. They were very powerful, second only to the House of Kings. If they could get their hands on the pagoda, a true king might appear in their sections. By then, they would no longer be sixth-rank sections. They would directly become king sects. That was because the broken pagoda might determine whether they had the chance to become kings. Therefore, it was a great opportunity for them. No one could resist the temptation. Therefore, at that moment, the big shots of the sixth-rank sects were all red-eyed and went crazy. In the end, the broken pagoda was bought by the Deity Sword Villa at a price of 5 billion. 5 billion. That price was even more expensive than when Lin Xian bought the Lone Star Sword. That was only a broken pagoda. One could imagine how much it would cost if it was a complete pagoda. That was a king. Anything that was related to him was a treasure that defied the heavens. In the VIP room, Lin Xian was shocked when he saw that. He did not expect the college to auction such a precious item. That was really a big deal. Perhaps only a top force like Senma College could have such a background. On the purple spiritual wood stage, the auctioneer nodded in satisfaction. Finally, he said loudly, "The next item to be auctioned is also extremely precious. It can be said to be extinct." Extinct? Hearing this, everyone was stunned and showed an interested expression one after another. Because of the previous experience with the pagoda, everyone was very confident about the auction. Since the auctioneer said that it was extinct, it might really be extinct. What exactly was it? Why was it so mysterious? Extinct? Could it be some kind of spiritual medicine? Someone asked doubtfully. Sure enough, when that was said, many people nodded and discussed. Of course, some people said that it was some kind of cultivation technique. In any case, the entire auction house once again fell into an intense discussion. Lin Xian was also surprised. He frowned slightly and wondered what the extinct item was. The auctioneer took a deep breath, took out a wooden box, and gently rubbed it. Then he slowly opened the wooden box. Immediately, a strong fragrance surged out and filled the entire hall. What's the smell? It smells so good. Even the bigwigs in the VIP rooms sat up straight when they smelled the fragrance. They looked ahead with solemn expressions. Inside the wooden box, there was a stock of spirit medicine. It was only the size of a palm and had a strange shape. Its entire body was emitting a stream of light. Seeing the elixir, Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He was too shocked, because he had seen this thing before and he had just seen it. It was in that mysterious underground world that he had seen this plant. At that time, the Crimson Dragon had wanted to pluck it, but it had caused a lot of trouble. But he didn't expect to see it again at this auction. This was too inconceivable. One had to know that the underground world was extremely terrifying. Everywhere was filled with shocking, murderous intent. There were even terrifying 1,000-year-old zombies. It could be said to be a forbidden area. Moreover, that place had been buried underground for thousands of years. No one knew about it at all. But he didn't expect Senmu College to know about that place, and even get the elixir from there. Lin Xian was amazed. Indeed, this was an extinct elixir. To be honest, we haven't studied what kind of elixir this is because there are no records at all. But it contains such an astonishing amount of energy. It's definitely rare, said the auctioneer elder. It was a never-before-seen elixir. Hearing that, everyone was shocked and excited. That was because they could feel the rich energy aura on it, even without the auctioneer elder's explanation. However, someone soon raised a question. Why would such a precious elixir be auctioned? Yeah, even the bigwigs are puzzled. This was different from the broken pagoda. That pagoda might have been studied by Senma College a long time ago. It was useless to keep it in their hands. However, the elixir was different. It would only be effective if it was swallowed. Moreover, if one was extremely lucky, they could even wait for the seeds to be planted again, allowing the extinct elixir to reappear in the world. However, they soon understood. That was because the auctioneer elder sighed slightly and said in a deep voice, "To be honest, although this elixir is unique, it also has flaws. Please take a look." With that, the auctioneer elder waved his hand. A gentle light lifted the elixir and floated it into the sky. Suddenly, everyone saw the whole situation clearly. The top of the elixir was intact, but there was no root at the bottom. Seeing this, many bigwigs shook their heads and sighed. This situation disappointed them because they originally wanted to buy it and take it back to their families to plant. Perhaps they could grow another elixir. But from the looks of it now, that was simply impossible. Because without the root, this elixir could not survive, let alone reproduce. Moreover, the root contained a lot of essence, but now it was missing. However, this surprised them even more because the elixir without the root still had such powerful energy. This was simply too inconceivable. At this time, the auctioneer elder put away the peerless elixir again and said in a deep voice, "The starting price is 1,000,000,000 spirit stones." 1,000,000,000. Everyone gasped. This price was too heaven-defying. It was comparable to a half-Earth-rank treasure. Moreover, this was only the starting price. Who knew how high the final price would be? After the auctioneer elder finished speaking, someone made a bid. 1,100,000,000. It was the Divine Bird Palace who made the bid. The middle-aged powerhouse's voice was cold. 1,500,000,000. A loud voice sounded with scorching energy. Everyone's hearts palpitated as they looked at the center because it was Taoist Master Golden Crow who made the bid. The middle-aged powerhouse from the Divine Bird Palace also frowned slightly. His gaze was as sharp as a blade as he looked at the center. Taoist Master Golden Crow snorted coldly without fear. Everyone was shocked. These two were both powerhouses of the demon clan. Taoist Master Golden Crow was needless to say. Just a few days ago, everyone witnessed his strength with their own eyes. He was a powerful existence who killed a 6th-level venerable with one move. The Divine Bird Palace was also incomparably powerful. After all, they were a 6th-rank sect, an existence second only to the House of Kings. What was more coincidental was that both of them were from the Demon Bird clan. At this moment, the two of them were competing, which was quite shocking. However, this scene did not last long before it was broken because the bigwigs in the VIP rooms had made their moves. It could not be helped. Many of these bigwigs were elders with white hair and were very old. Some of them were even close to the limit of their lives. It could be said that they did not have much time left. Now, this peerless elixir contained powerful energy that might allow them to live for a few more years. No one wanted to die, and these bigwigs were no exception. Therefore, in the face of such temptation, these people could not remain calm. Chapter 1051. Among them, some were already nearing the end of their lives and did not have much time left. Now, this peerless elixir contained powerful energy that might allow them to live for a few more years. No one wanted to die, and these big shots were no exception. Therefore, in the face of such temptation, these people could not remain calm. Looking at this scene, Lin Xian was equally astounded. Even though it was a damaged elixir, the amount of energy it contained was way too horrifying. It was definitely enough to make these big shots go crazy. He was excited because he had also picked a spiritual fruit in the mysterious forbidden underground area. Moreover, it was a complete spiritual fruit that he had refined into spiritual wine. He wondered how crazy these big shots would go if he took out the spiritual wine. Of course, he would not take it out. He wanted to taste such good things slowly. Moreover, she did not lack spiritual stones. Now that she had it at the auction, it could be said that it was extremely easy to earn spiritual stones. This was the world. Spiritual stones were easy to earn, but rare treasures were extremely hard to come by. In the end, even the big shots from the House of Kings could not sit still. The Shun family elder made a strong bid and participated in the auction. The old man from the Morong family was even more terrifying. He increased the price by 500 million in one go. This speed of increase made everyone's scalp tingle. They did not dare to bid anymore. Lin Xian was also extremely shocked. He did not expect these big shots to be so obsessed with this peerless elixir. You don't understand now, but you will in the future. You will understand what a peerless elixir means to these old guys. The Crimson Dragon said from the side, "People are like this. The longer they live, the more afraid they are of death." Now, there was something that could prolong their lives. This was enough to make these people go crazy. Lin Xian did not understand because he was still young. He was not even 20 years old and had extraordinary talent. He did not have to worry about his lifespan. However, these big shots were different. Many of them had lived for too long. Now that their lifespans were about to end, they were more afraid of death than anyone else. 5 billion. An astonishing voice rang out in the hall, shocking everyone. Countless warriors' eyelids twitched. Their minds went blank. They could not believe their ears. 5 billion, this price was too terrifying. One had to know that this was not a complete, peerless spirit medicine. The ordinary martial artists felt their scalps go numb, and the big shots in the VIP rooms also had gloomy expressions. The price had already exceeded their expectations. Lin Xian was equally shocked. He turned around and saw that the figure had come from the VIP room where Morong Qingqing was. Needless to say, the bidder must be the old man from the Morong family. At this moment, in the VIP room, the old man's face was calm, and there was not a trace of emotion. It was as if 5 billion spirit stones were not worth mentioning before him. This price made everyone's expression change, and no one bid again. In the end, this peerless medicine was obtained by an old man from the Morong family. Afterwards, the auction continued, and it became more and more lively because all kinds of rare treasures emerged one after another. Furthermore, as time passed, everyone became more and more excited. That was because they knew that it was about time for the final supreme treasure to appear. Sure enough, the auctioneer's expression also became serious. He said in a low voice, "Everyone, the next item to be auctioned is the final treasure of this auction. I can guarantee that the value of this treasure far surpasses any of the previous items." Hearing this, everyone became excited. Even the big shots couldn't keep their calm. That was because this time they had come for the final treasure. In the VIP room, Lin Xian's expression was also serious. He knew what the final treasure was, but he had never seen it before. This time, he could take the opportunity to see this legendary treasure. However, this made him even more shocked. As expected of a celestial martial technique, even such a heaven-defying item was willing to be auctioned. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the auctioneer. The auctioneer took out the final item. It was a stone tablet that was half the height of a person. It was abnormally simple and unadorned, and there were traces of time engraved on it. It was an ancient object. That was nothing. After all, they had all seen ancient objects before. However, what shocked them was that they sensed an indescribable aura from the stone tablet. It was very profound, and the crowd could not describe it at all. They could only faintly sense it. However, when they wanted to sense it more clearly, they discovered that they could not grasp it at all. That feeling was too profound, and it made them feel as if they were dreaming. Lin Xian was the same. However, his soul power was more outstanding, and he could sense it more clearly than the crowd. Even so, he still could not sense what the stone tablet was trying to convey. Even the big shots had sunk into contemplation. It was as if they had entered a meditative state. For a moment, the entire auction hall was terrifyingly silent. In the auction hall, the only person who was not affected was the Crimson Dragon. That was because he was very powerful to begin with. He had reached the king realm, but due to some special reason, his cultivation had dropped. However, only his strength had dropped, and his comprehension had not dropped. Thus, he was able to clearly sense the aura emitted by the king tablet. "What is written on it?" Lin Xian asked. "It can only be sensed and not explained." The Crimson Dragon shook his head like a charlatan. This caused Lin Xian to gnash his teeth with hatred. However, he could do nothing about it. He knew that it might be true because the aura was too profound. With his current cultivation, he was unable to sense it at all. If he forcefully comprehended it, it might be dangerous. So he quickly calmed down, because he knew that with his natural talent, he would be able to enter the king realm sooner or later. What he had to do was to make that time come quickly. At the front, the auctioneer softly coughed and broke the silence. The ordinary cultivators were jolted awake, and they had lingering fear on their faces. Earlier, they seemed to have fallen into a strange dream, and if it wasn't for that light cough, they might have lost themselves forever. On the other hand, the big shot sighed because such a good opportunity to comprehend the aura had been interrupted. However, their eyes were filled with excitement, and they flickered with light, because they were sure that it was real. It really was the king tablet. Only such a thing could emit such an aura. When they thought up to here, their eyes burned with desire, and even their breathing became hurried. They had to get their hands on such a heaven-defying treasure. The members of the 6th rank sects were extremely excited because the king tablet was even more precious than the damaged pagoda from before. Moreover, it was countless times more precious. After all, the pagoda from before was only refined by a quasi-king, and it wasn't made by a true king. Yet now the king tablet was left behind by a true king, and it was even an ancient king. Chapter 1052. Facing the real king's tablet, no one could remain calm. It was as if they had been injected with chicken blood, all of them competing to bid. The starting price of the king's tablet was 3 billion, but Lin Xian knew that the final price would definitely be more than that because the price had already risen to 5 billion. Now, only the House of Kings and some 6th rank sects were still bidding. 5 billion! The Shun family's elder bid. As a member of the House of Kings, he was determined to get the king's tablet, so he was very aggressive. 7 billion. The Morong family's elder bid, his voice still calm. These two giants were both members of the House of Kings, and they were competing with each other. 8 billion. However, at this moment, another voice rang out. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that someone would dare to compete at this time. Didn't they see that the 6th rank families had already given up? There was no choice. In front of the House of Kings, everyone had to bow their heads. However, there was someone who dared to compete now. For a moment, everyone's eyes were on the VIP room, wanting to see who was the one behind it. Even Lin Xian was curious and squinted his eyes. "Who's in that VIP room?" Lin Xian asked. "It's the Blood Realms people. According to our investigation, the faction behind this person is the Palace of Ares." Palace of Ares! Lin Xian's eyes flickered. No wonder they dared to compete with the Shun family and the Morong family. It turned out that they were backed by the Palace of Ares. One had to know that the Palace of Ares was also a king faction and didn't lose to the other two at all. At this moment, the martial artists outside also heard the news and immediately exclaimed, "Palace of Ares, they're making a move. They're really making a move. I didn't see anyone from the Palace of Ares before. I thought they wouldn't come, but they still appeared at the last moment. I heard that the Palace of Ares isn't very peaceful now and seems to be splitting. I wonder which faction this person belongs to. The person who appeared in the Blood Realm must be from the Martial Realms faction." Everyone was discussing excitedly. In the crowd, the Ryu family members were also very excited because the person who made the bid was from the same faction as them. They were Prince Ling Feng's men, and that man was Wu Zun's man. Prince Ling Feng was Wu Zun's son, so they were in cahoots with the bidder. If their people could obtain the king's steel, then their strength would increase by a large margin. However, at that moment, another aged voice sounded. 5.9 billion. What? The crowd was in an uproar. Raising the price by 200 million all of a sudden was too extravagant, wasn't it? Which side was this deity from? The entire hall was in an uproar. They did not expect things to turn out this way. Originally, everyone thought that only the Morong family and Xinjia, the two great house of kings, were competing. Unexpectedly, the Palace of Ares also joined the competition. But now a new force had joined. At that moment, the situation in the auction hall was very strange. It seemed that until the last moment, no one knew who would obtain the king's steel. The sixth-rank sect's faces were gloomy. Although they could afford the price of 5.9 billion, they knew that the final price would not be this. Although they were powerful, they could not compete with the House of Kings in terms of wealth. Therefore, those sixth-rank sects gave up on bidding. In the VIP room, the important figures of the Morong family and Shun family frowned slightly. This series of accidents made them feel that things were out of their control. However, another middle-aged man was even more furious. He was the representative of the Palace of Ares who made the bid before. This time, he was under the orders of the martial sovereign. He had to bring the king tablet back, and he had to do it at all costs. Now, another person had appeared to compete with him. Moreover, what made him even angrier was that he was very familiar with this voice. This was because the other party was also from the Palace of Ares, but they were his enemy. The Palace of Ares had fallen into a very bad situation. The Vice Palace Master took advantage of the Palace Master's closed-door cultivation to start a war in order to seize power. Therefore, the Palace of Ares was divided into two factions. One faction was led by the Vice Palace Master, which was the faction that Wu Zun and Prince Lingfeng were in. The other faction was the faction that supported the Palace Master of the Palace of Ares. Now, these two factions were locked in a fierce battle. Moreover, both sides had their eyes on the king's steel. The king's steel was very important to them, because both factions had heaven-defying venerables who would soon touch the edge of the king's steel. Now, if they could obtain the king's steel and comprehend the laws on it, they might be able to take the opportunity to break through to the king's steel. At that time, whoever became the king's steel would completely suppress the other party and become the new overlord. It could be said that the king's steel was extremely important to them. In the VIP room, opposite the middle-aged man, there was an old man in green. At this moment, his expression was solemn. Beside him was a beautiful woman in a green dress. If Lin Xian saw this scene, he would definitely be shocked. He'd seen these two people before, and they'd even saved him in the sand region. At this moment, the woman in green had a worried expression as well. That fellow is too arrogant. He should be taught a lesson. Don't worry. No matter how much he offers, the king's steel will be ours in the end. The old man in green spoke in a low voice. Don't forget that Senma College is our ally. The king's steel is extremely important, so they can only give it to us through an auction. So there's no need to worry. The beautiful woman heaved a sigh of relief when she heard the old man's words. 1 billion. Meanwhile, the middle-aged venerables from the Palace of Ares spoke once more. 2 billion. 4 billion. The Shun family and Morong family weren't willing to be outdone. Meanwhile, the old man in green spoke in a low voice. 7 billion. 7 billion. Everyone was stunned when they heard this voice. All of them opened their eyes wide in disbelief. Who exactly is this? He's so rich that he can raise the price by another 500 million. One had to know that everyone's financial resources were about the same at this point in the competition. Now that he could take out another 500 million, it was enough to show that the other party was wealthy and didn't care about these spirit stones at all. Why do I feel that he's even richer than the House of Kings? Oh my God! When did such a terrifying person appear in the Tianwu continent? Countless people were shocked and discussed animatedly. As for Lin Xian, he was also greatly astonished, not for anything else, but because this price was already frightening enough. It was enough to buy several half-Earth step artifacts. On the ranking platform, the auctioneer's lips curled into a satisfied smile. He asked in a low voice, 7 billion, "Is there anyone else who wants to raise the price?" Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Even the big shots from the House of Kings were silent. This price had already exceeded their expectations. Moreover, their clan had things left behind by a king, so they weren't in a hurry to obtain this king's steel. Therefore, they didn't make any more bids. As for the middle-aged martial artist from the Palace of Ares, his face was terrifyingly gloomy. He didn't expect the other party to be so wealthy. Chapter 1053. This really shocked him. Moreover, from the looks of it, 7 billion did not seem to be the other party's limit. If he continued to bid, there would be an uncontrollable situation at that time. So what if I let you have it? The middle-aged man sneered. I'll let you be proud for a while. When the time comes, I'll personally take the king's tablet away. He had already decided not to bid anymore. Instead, he would wait for the auction to make his move and snatch the king's tablet. Anyway, both parties were already sworn enemies. They would not hesitate to kill and rob. As expected, 7 billion. This heaven-defying price made everyone silent. No one bid anymore. In the end, the king's tablet was obtained by the green-robed elder. Hearing the final confirmation, the green-robed elder heaved a sigh of relief. But fortunately, this item was finally in his hands. Did they give up just like that? That shouldn't be. This doesn't seem to be their style. The beautiful girl was also puzzled. This is indeed not their style. I guess they must be planning to snatch the king's tablet halfway. They want to take it away without spending a single cent, the green-robed elder sneered. He was very familiar with the other party's methods. However, how could we not be prepared to deal with people like them? After saying that, the green-clothed old man revealed a cold smile. Everything was going according to his plan. As the last king's tablet was auctioned off, the entire auction came to an end. Some important figures stood up and prepared to leave. At this time, the auctioneer elder spoke again. Everyone, it's like this. That place is about to open again. Hearing this, the ordinary cultivators all looked puzzled because they did not understand at all. However, the elders of the major forces were stunned. Then their pupils shrank, and their faces were filled with shock. They stopped and looked behind them. Is this true? The Shun family's elder asked. This is the news brought by the dean, the auctioneer elder said. However, the big shots furrowed their brows even tighter because they were now certain that this matter was most likely true. However, the ordinary workers around them became more and more confused as they listened. They were stunned on the spot with puzzled faces. Lin Xian was also stunned. He frowned slightly because he did not understand. Where is that place? What could make so many big shots reveal such serious expressions? He was very curious and realized that there were too many things in this world that he did not know. Down below, those grand characters pondered for a moment, then began to walk again. However, this time they were not walking toward the exit. Instead, they were walking toward the auction elder. Since it's true, it seems that we need to discuss this matter properly. The elder of the Shen family took the lead, followed by the elder of the Morong family, the elder in Cyan, and the others. The experts of the 6th grade sects also followed behind. These people could all understand. They naturally knew what that place represented. As for the others, they didn't understand. They all revealed puzzled expressions and were very surprised. However, they also knew that they were probably not qualified to know about this matter. With endless curiosity, everyone left the auction house unwillingly. They did not dare to behave atrociously in front of so many big shots. Lin Xian was also very curious. He also wanted to go down and listen, but he knew that it was impossible. Those who participated in this matter were all peerless experts. With his current status, he was still unable to participate. However, if there was an urgent matter, Senmu College should have informed him. Thinking of this, he settled down and patiently dealt with the matters of the auction. At this moment, in addition to his own family members like Lin Xian, there were also the younger generation of the major forces who stayed at the auction house. As soon as Lin Xian and Wang Li came out, they saw Xin Yulong and the others. Seeing Lin Xian come out, the gloomy young man from the Xin family sneered. "I didn't expect you to dare to appear in front of us. You're really bold. I advise you to avoid it. With your level of alchemy, it's not enough to look at in front of us." The gloomy young man was very arrogant. "You dare to be careful of our brother Xian?" Wang Li snorted with disdain in his eyes. "I can't do it, but our brother Tianyu can crush him with one hand." What a big tone. "Aren't you afraid that the wind will blow you to the sky?" Wang Li sneered. "A loser dares to say such big words. If I were you, I would have killed myself." The two ridiculed each other, and the atmosphere was a little tense. However, Lin Xian and the handsome young man did not speak, but the atmosphere in the air was getting colder and colder. However, the handsome youth had an arrogant look on his face. He turned around and said to Shen Yulong, "Let's go. I came to Winseek City this time because I want to see the King Tablet. I also want to find a few grade 7 alchemy grandmasters to exchange pointers with. I'm not interested in other things, and they don't have the qualifications to interest me." He was very arrogant and did not put Lin Xian in his eyes at all. At this time, Lin Xian also said in a deep voice, "Exchange? Why don't we exchange pointers?" He really could not stand the attitude of this group of people. They were all so arrogant. Those who did not know would really think that they were alchemy kings. It just so happened that Lin Xian had a new understanding of alchemy recently, and he could use the other party as a whetstone. "Exchange pointers with you? Are you worthy?" The handsome young man, Shen Tianyu, showed disdain. "Whether I'm worthy or not, you'll know after you try," Lin Xian said coldly. "What a joke! A fake 6th grade alchemist dares to compete with our brother Tian? You're courting death. You should know that our brother Tianyu is a true 7th grade alchemist. He's a grandmaster. I can guarantee that if you dare to bet, I'll make you piss your pants in shame." The gloomy young man was very arrogant. Generally, when a 7th grade alchemist reached the level of a 7th grade alchemist, they would be called an alchemy grandmaster. In terms of alchemy, they would be superb and would be respected by the major forces. The crowd did not expect that this handsome young man was a true 7th grade alchemist. Lin Xian sneered. So what if he was a 7th grade alchemist? He now had 10,000 bee sting and could refine 7th grade elixirs. Moreover, his success rate was higher than that of a true 7th grade alchemist. It could be said that he had reached the grandmaster realm long ago. Therefore, Lin Xian was not afraid of the other party at all. As long as the other party dared to provoke him, he was absolutely confident that he would beat them fiercely and let them know what a true alchemy grandmaster was. Oh, a battle between alchemy grandmasters? I won't miss such a good thing. Murong Qingqing floated over like a fairy with a faint smile on her lips. She naturally knew Shen Tianyu's strength, but she believed in Lin Xian more. In her opinion, if there was a real competition, Lin Xian would never lose. Brother Tianyu has made a move? At this time, the younger generation of the Divine Bird Palace also came over. When they saw Lin Xian, they looked strange, because they had a life and death conflict with Lin Xian before, but now the other party's status had changed. They did not dare to act rashly, but the trace of killing intent in their eyes was undisguised. Chapter 1054. It's just dealing with a clown. With Brother Tianyu's help, it'll be done quickly. Therefore, the fellow cultivators of the Divine Bird Palace must come and watch. The cold youth from the Shin family said, "How dare you talk big?" Wang Li sneered. "I wonder what your expressions will be when you lose." Did you know that the 3 purple spirit pills at the auction were personally refined by our brother Xian? I wonder if your brother Tianyu can refine them? Wang Li was so angry that he revealed such shocking news. What? Those 3 purple spirit pills were refined by him. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Hearing this news, everyone was shocked because they didn't expect the strange purple spirit pills to be refined by Lin Xian. One must know that the purple spirit pill was not only a 7th grade pill, but its effects were also very strange. Even the older generation went crazy for it, not to mention the younger generation. Now that they heard that the pills were refined by Lin Xian, they were all shocked. However, the cold youth from the Shun family snorted. Stop bragging. It must have been refined by an elder in the sect. You're just a figurehead. Don't be fooled by him. Last time in Crimson Crescent City, he was defeated by a purple spirit pill when he fought with Lin Xian. He was completely defeated and was laughed at by everyone. Now that he heard the words purple spirit pill, he was infuriated. That was why he roared so crazily to vent the anger in his heart. However, Lin Xian sneered and looked at the cold youth in front of him with disdain. In his opinion, the other party was just a clown who wasn't worth mentioning. The real enemy was the handsome young man, Shen Tianyu. Hearing the cold youth's words, the surrounding people also looked at him suspiciously. They couldn't help it. The news was too shocking, and they couldn't believe it. However, Lin Xian still looked calm and at ease. It seemed that he was very confident in his own strength. It didn't seem fake. Moreover, not only Lin Xian, but the disciples of the Dragon Sword Pavilion also looked confident. This shocked the crowd even more. Could it be that this purple spirit pill was really refined by him? This thought quietly sprouted in everyone's hearts. Even Shun Tianyu frowned slightly. He did not expect Lin Xian to be able to refine such a pill. He turned to look at Lin Xian, his eyes filled with disbelief. He knew that Lin Xian was not a Tier 7 alchemist, but a Tier 6 alchemist. Therefore, he didn't believe that Lin Xian could concoct a Dan of the 7th realm. However, this news made him a little angry. As a 7th realm alchemist and a grandmaster, he had never heard of this Dan before. But now, a level 6 brat actually refined such a peculiar medicinal pill. This was intolerable to him. The corners of Shen Tianyu's mouth curled up into a cold smile. It's not impossible for you to spar with me. However, I don't usually spar with others for no reason. If you can offer me something that moves my heart, I can spar with you. I might even give you some guidance. Shen Tianyu said proudly. Wager, wager. Hearing this, everyone's heart skipped a beat. They knew that Shen Tianyu had a habit of making wagers with others. Whoever won in alchemy would win the other party's wager. Wager? What do you want? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It's very simple. If you lose, give me the purple spirit pill formula in your hand. Hearing this, everyone's hearts trembled. They were extremely shocked. Sure enough, Shen Tianyu had set his sights on the formula. One should know that the purple spirit pill was a Tier 7 pill with a peculiar effect that made countless honorables go crazy. This formula was absolutely precious. If anyone could obtain it, it would definitely be a great fortune. That was why Shen Tianyu offered such a condition. Lin Xian's lips curled slightly. How dare Shen Tianyu covet his formula? He was really courting death. However, he did not refuse. Instead, he sneered in his heart. It's not impossible to use the purple spirit pill formula as a wager, but it depends on what you can offer. Lin Xian said nonchalantly. Hearing this, everyone was shocked again. They did not expect Lin Xian to dare to use the purple spirit pill formula as a wager. One should know that it was a magical treasure. How could he just take it out like that? Was he not afraid of losing? Everyone looked at Lin Xian with strange expressions. After hearing this, Shen Tianyu smiled proudly. He did not expect Shen Tianyu to agree so easily. This was beyond his expectations. However, this was good too. It seemed that Shan Tianyu was simple-minded and could not threaten him at all. This pill formula, I'm taking it. Shan Tianyu sneered in his heart with a smug smile. Then he said, I won't bully you. I also have a Tier 7 pill formula in my hand. It's called the Righteous Source Pill. After taking it, it can greatly increase a supreme martial artist's cultivation and spiritual power. I'll use this formula as a wager. What do you think? Increase one's cultivation. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other and shook their heads slightly. Although a pill that could increase one's cultivation was good, it was not rare. However, Lin Xian's purple spirit pill could restore one's martial soul. There were only a few people in the entire Tianwu continent who had this function. Lin Xian sneered. Shan Tianyu took out an ordinary Tier 7 pill formula as a wager for his purple spirit pill. How ridiculous! I didn't expect that the genius of the Shin family would not even have this much sincerity. How stingy! Since you don't have anything good in your hand, I won't blame you. Maybe you're really poor and don't know how to compare notes. Let's end it here. Lin Xian shook his head and said with a trace of disdain. He turned around and was about to leave. Wait a minute. Shan Tianyu shouted coldly. His face was a little pale. He did not expect Shin Tianyu to reject him so directly. Lin Xian acted as if he did not hear him and continued to walk away. Shin Tianyu's face was pale. He said coldly, Then I'll add another portion. Hearing this, Lin Xian sneered. He did not lack pill formulas. After all, he had the pill formulas left by Lord Alcohol, an inheritance of the Niwa of Gojoseon. Therefore, he did not lack pill formulas at all. Seeing that Shan Tianyu was ignoring him, Shin Tianyu's face turned even uglier. What do you want as a wager? His voice was a little ferocious because he really wanted the purple spirit pill formula. Hearing this, Lin Xian smiled. It seemed that Shan Tianyu had taken the bait. Then, Lin Xian stopped and turned around. He said, 2 spiritual herbs that are 6,000 years old and 3 spiritual herbs that are 5,000 years old. If you can take them out, I'll bet with you. If not, don't waste my time. Lin Xian's words shocked the surrounding martial artists. The Shun family's disciples all looked sullen, especially the gloomy young man. He screamed, What? 2 spiritual herbs that are 6,000 years old and 3 spiritual herbs that are 5,000 years old? Are you crazy? You're robbing us. Chapter 1055. Lin Xian's words shocked the surrounding martial artists. The disciples of the Shin family all looked gloomy, especially the gloomy young man. He screamed, What? 2 6,000-year-old spiritual herbs and 3 5,000-year-old spiritual herbs? Are you crazy? You're robbing us. Who do you think you are? How dare you make such a request? Do you have any idea how precious and valuable these things are? The gloomy young man was very agitated. Shin Tianyu's face was gloomy and his eyes were cold. Then, do you know how precious my purple spirit pill is? Lin Xian said coldly. If you're not blind, you'll be able to see what price a purple spirit pellet was sold for in today's auction. How did the elders react? Moreover, it's only a purple spirit pill. Now I'm betting on it. It can create a lot of wealth. I think you know who's taking advantage of who. Hearing this, everyone nodded. Indeed, although a 6,000-year-old spiritual herb was precious, it was gone after it was used up. However, elixir recipes were different. They could be passed down from generation to generation. Moreover, the purple spirit pill was a magical elixir. If one had the elixir recipe, it was equivalent to getting a gold mine. It could bring a lot of wealth and attract the attention of the major forces. After Lin Xian's explanation, everyone felt that it made sense. Now that they thought about it, Shen Tianyu was indeed too stingy. He had only used 2 ordinary 7th-grade elixir recipes as a bet. It was a bit of a bully. After all, Shen Tianyu was not an ordinary disciple. He was a genius disciple of the House of Kings. Such ordinary elixir recipes were not worthy of his status. Shen Tianyu's face was gloomy. He had thought that 2 elixir recipes could fool him. He did not expect Shen Tianyu to be so sneaky. Moreover, what shocked him even more was the condition that Shen Tianyu had proposed. 2 6,000-year-old spirit herbs and 3 5,000-year-old spirit herbs were the most precious things in his storage ring. He didn't know how the other party knew about the contents of his storage ring, but in his opinion, it should be a coincidence. That's because looking into a storage ring requires soul power. With his strength as a 7th-tier alchemist, he'll be able to detect the slightest abnormality. Moreover, he did not think that the other party could hide from his senses. So in his opinion, this was a complete coincidence. Okay, I agree to your conditions, Shen Tianyu said in a low voice. Although these spiritual herbs were extremely precious, they were nothing compared to the purple spirit pill's pill formula. Moreover, he was confident that he would not lose, so no matter what he took out, he was not worried. As long as he could make the other party compete with him, it would be fine. At that time, he would let the other party know what regret was. Lin Xian sneered inwardly when Shen Tianyu agreed. As expected, the other party had taken the bait and agreed to participate in this competition. This was great. Plus, the spiritual medicine he wanted wasn't something he said casually. He really knew what it was. Of course, he didn't use his soul power to find out. It was the little white monkey who told him. The little white monkey had a special perception of this kind of heaven and earth treasure, so it could clearly know how many good things were in the other party's storage ring. If it weren't for the other party's powerful soul power, the little white monkey would have used the treasure bowl to rob them. However, it was the same now. As long as the other party dared to take out those spiritual herbs as a bet, Lin Xian was confident that he could win them back. Seeing that the 2 alchemy geniuses had reached an agreement, the crowd was shocked and then excited. Lin Xian and Shen Tianyu were both very powerful, and they were both very advanced alchemists. Shen Tianyu had reached the level of a 7th-tier alchemist at such a young age. It could be said that he was very talented. Lin Xian was even more amazing. He could refine a magical pill like the purple spirit pill, which made countless venerables crazy. It could be said that both of them were alchemy geniuses. Now that the 2 of them were going to compete, it was naturally very exciting. Okay, after 10 days, I'll wait for you in the heavenly elixir pavilion, Shen Tianyu said coldly. Then he left with the Shen family disciples. We, the Divine Bird Palace, will not miss this duel. The disciples of the Divine Bird Palace glared at Lin Xian. Their eyes were cold, and then they laughed and left. They knew Shen Tianyu's reputation. In their opinion, Shen Tianyu could defeat Lin Xian in a matter of minutes. Although they couldn't fight in person, to be able to see Lin Xian fail was an excellent thing for them. A duel between geniuses is indeed not to be missed. The disciples of the deity Swordvilla nodded slightly and then quickly left. The young disciples around were all shocked. They all said that they absolutely couldn't miss this exciting battle. Very quickly, the news spread out, and the entire wind-seeking city was shaken by it. They didn't expect that the auction had just ended and there would be such explosive news. This was definitely going to be an amazing duel. Everyone was excited. They all stopped in Windy City and waited for the duel. Lin Xian chuckled as he watched the departing figures of those people. He knew what those people were thinking. He was afraid that not many people believed that he could refine the purple spirit pill. However, he didn't care about these doubts and didn't explain too much. When the time came, he would refine it on the spot, and it would naturally shut these people's mouths. Moreover, what made him even angrier was that those people from the Shen family dared to covet his elixir recipe. Elixir recipes were the lifeblood of an alchemist, especially such a precious elixir recipe. Ordinary alchemists wouldn't hand it over even if they risked their lives. Now that they wanted his elixir recipe, it was a disguised attempt to kill him. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't sit still and wait for death. Sigh, It's a pity that he only has so many spiritual herbs in his storage ring. If only he had more. Lin Xian sighed and looked regretful. What he lacked most now were these spiritual herbs, especially the precious ones. In his opinion, Shen Tianyu was just an elixir boy, just as Lin Xian decided on the duel. On the other side, the big shots had finished their discussion. In fact, there wasn't much to discuss. Everyone just wanted to confirm and then prepare. After all, this was a challenge and an opportunity for them. If they were lucky, they would receive great rewards. Lin Xian happened to meet these big shots. He immediately said respectfully, "Greetings, seniors." The elders of the big forces looked at Lin Xian and nodded slightly. When the middle-aged man from the Palace of Gods of War saw Lin Xian, his pupils constricted as if he had seen a ghost. Soon he regained his composure. However, the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. On the other side, the old man in green was also surprised. He didn't expect Lin Xian to be waiting for them here. Furthermore, the people from the Palace of Gods of War had bumped into him. This wasn't a good thing. However, he didn't say anything in front of everyone. He didn't know if the other party knew about Lin Xian, so he couldn't panic. Chapter 1056. Luckily, the middle-aged honorable master from the Palace of Ares only glanced at Lin Xian and did not pay much attention to him. The old man in green secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian's identity was too sensitive and could not be easily exposed. Otherwise, the other party would definitely go crazy. Lin Xian was also excited when he saw the old man in green. This was because the old man in green had told him that his father was in the Palace of Ares. Hence, he was eager to know more about his father. "Senior, please wait a moment. I have something to ask of you," Lin Xian said to the green-robed elder. The old man in green nodded and stopped in his tracks. After the big shots left, Lin Xian quickly asked, "What's the situation? How is my father? And what's the situation with the Palace of Ares? Can I go?" The old man in green hesitated, then said slowly, "You can't go now. As for your father's situation, don't worry. There's no problem." The old man in green thought for a while, but did not reveal Lin Xian's true identity in the end. Wan Dianju and the auctioneer elder looked deeply at Lin Xian and said in a low voice, "All right, don't worry about the Palace of Ares for now. There's something you need to do now." "Something? What is it?" Lin Xian asked curiously. "It's about that place," Wan Dianju said. "That place." Hearing this, Lin Xian's pupils constricted. Then he asked curiously, "What is that place?" "It's a secret realm. There are countless treasures in it, but it's also extremely dangerous. It can be said that opportunities and challenges coexist. Are you willing to go to such a secret realm?" Wan Dianju asked. Although they wanted Lin Xian to go, the prerequisite was that Lin Xian himself had to agree. Countless treasures. Lin Xian took a deep breath. His eyes were filled with excitement. What he lacked the most now was treasures. Now, there was actually a mystic realm that was filled with treasures. This was extremely good news for him. "What is the danger?" Lin Xian asked again. Although the heaven and earth treasures were good, he still had to figure out the situation before he dared to enter. There are two aspects in total. The first is the threat from the other factions. There might be a conflict with the other factions. The second is the threat of the secret realm itself. After all, it's an ancient secret realm. Although there are many treasures in there, there are corresponding formations. That's an extremely powerful ancient forbidden formation. Its power is unimaginable. That's why the process of obtaining the treasure is extremely dangerous. Ancient formation restriction. Hearing this, Lin Xian was also surprised. However, he was secretly delighted. This was because the Crimson Dragon was an expert in formations, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to break formations. Therefore, without much thought, Lin Xian nodded in agreement. "All right then. Since you've agreed, then prepare patiently. We'll inform you when we're done discussing the details. Wan Dianzhu said, "It won't take too long. It'll only take about a month." A month? Lin Xian nodded. Fortunately, he had plenty of time to prepare. Then, Lin Xian left with his people. However, Wan Dianzhu frowned. That place was extremely dangerous. Moreover, it opened early this time. There might be something unusual inside. "Have you really decided to let Lin Xian go in?" Hearing this, the green-robed elder sighed. "No one wants to take this risk. However, this opportunity only comes once in 100 years. If we miss this opportunity, we might have to wait another 100 years. No one can wait that long, and Lin Xian is even more so. If he's an ordinary warrior, then it's fine. However, his identity is too special. I'm afraid he won't be able to hide it for long before those people find out. When that time comes, he'll be in great danger. Therefore, this opening of the secret realm is the best opportunity for him to improve his strength. Although it's dangerous, it's better than being killed." Hearing this, the big shots fell silent. "All right, then it's settled. How about your side? Those people won't give up until they get the king tablet. Do you want us to send some people to escort you back?" Wan Dianzhu asked. "No need. I have a way to deal with it," the young elder said with a smile. Seeing the other party's confident expression, Wan Dianzhu did not say anything else. After all, the other party was not a weakling. He was an expert from the Palace of Ares that was as famous as Senmu College. While the two of them were discussing, the big shots from the other forces also left Wind-Seeking City and returned to their respective families and sects to discuss this matter. They were shocked that the secret realm had opened early. It seemed that something unimaginable had happened inside. However, the things inside were too tempting. They could not resist at all, so they could only send their disciples. However, they had to discuss what kind of disciples to send. While these big shots were discussing urgently, Lin Xian was not idle either. Since he had confirmed that he would enter the secret realm in a month, he had been preparing urgently during this period. It was difficult to improve other things in a short period of time, but things like elixirs could be refined. Therefore, during this period of time, Lin Xian had been preparing all kinds of elixirs to deal with the dangers of the secret realm. However, while Lin Xian was busy in seclusion, another big event happened in Wind-Seeking City. Now, all the martial artists in Wind-Seeking City were extremely excited because they had witnessed the rise of a young alchemy grandmaster. This young man was naturally Shintianyu. He had stayed in Wind-Seeking City and had not left. Moreover, in the past few days he had displayed his powerful alchemy skills, which had shocked everyone. It should be known that all the forces in Wind-Seeking City were still there. These people were all elites of the blood field, but they were still deeply shocked by Shintianyu's alchemy skills. The alchemists of all the forces were shocked, and they all went to visit him to ask for advice. There were even 7th-grade alchemists who went to exchange pointers with him. This made everyone even more shocked. It should be known that those alchemists were all terrifying figures, and some of them were even alchemy grandmasters. However, at this moment, they were all asking for advice from a young man. This was really incredible. For a time, Shen Tianyu's reputation spread throughout Wind-Seeking City. At the same time, the news of the competition between Shen Tianyu and Lin Xian spread. Suddenly, everyone was extremely excited. The disciples of the Shen family and the joint forces of the Shen family secretly spread the news that Lin Xian was afraid of Shen Tianyu and did not dare to go out and meet people. At first, people did not believe it because Lin Xian was not weak. However, gradually they began to doubt it because they had not seen Lin Xian at all these days. They did not even see him at the celestial martial auction. This situation made countless people suspicious. In the end, they even began to believe that Lin Xian was afraid of Shintianyu, so he did not go out. Chapter 1057. Didn't he refine the purple spirit pill? With such a magical pill, why would he be afraid of competing with others? What do you know? I heard that the purple spirit pill was not refined by him. It was refined by the elders of Senmu College. They just put it under his name. Really? I didn't know there was such a thing. It's possible. After all, the purple spirit pill is too magical. How could a young man refine it? I'm afraid that even Shan Tianyu can't refine such a pill. Yes, I didn't believe it at first. However, Lin Xian hasn't shown up for many days. It might be true. Countless martial artists in Wind-Seeking City were talking about it. Elixirs were resources that martial artists could not live without. Therefore, every martial artist was paying attention to it. Therefore, all kinds of news were flying around. Although I don't know if the purple spirit pill was refined by Lin Xian. I heard that when Lin Xian was in Crimson Crescent City, he was invited by a grade 7 alchemist. This is enough to prove his strength and talent. Otherwise, the grade 7 alchemist would not have invited him. However, such a talented young alchemist dared not accept the challenge. How powerful is Shen Tianyu? Someone exclaimed. Of course, Shen Tianyu is the genius of the Shun family. He is a genuine grade 7 alchemist. Do you know what a grade 7 alchemist is? Look at the grade 7 alchemist now, and you'll understand. It's impossible to achieve it without a few hundred years. However, Shan Tianyu has become a grade 7 alchemist at such a young age. This is unbelievable, many people exclaimed. In Wind-Seeking City, many people were talking about Shan Tianyu. Although Shan Tianyu did not show up many times, he had deeply impressed everyone. For a time, his name was known throughout Wind-Seeking City. Lin Xian naturally did not know about this. He had been in seclusion to prepare for the Mystery Land. However, he did not forget about the competition with Shen Tianyu. After all, there were a few spiritual herbs of 6,000 years. He would not miss such a good thing. Therefore, when he felt that it was about time, he opened his eyes and exited his seclusion. However, as soon as he came out, he was unhappy, because he heard the streets and alleys speaking ill of him. Immediately, Lin Xian found Wang Li and the others and asked them what was going on. He had only been in seclusion for a few days. How did the world change so drastically? Wang Li was also very angry. He quickly said, "Older brother Xian, in the past few days that you've been in seclusion, the entire Windy City has been talking about your competition with Shen Tianyu. Not only that, but the disciples of the Shin family and the Divine Bird Palace are also adding fuel to the fire in the dark. They are dedicated to smearing the reputation of the Divine Bird Palace. That's why the situation is like this now. We wanted to do it a long time ago, but we didn't dare to do it without your permission." Wang Li gritted his teeth in anger. After hearing this, Lin Xian stroked his chin. So that's what happened. No wonder the entire Wind-Seeking City was in such a situation. However, he was not worried because his purple spirit pill was not fake. He had refined it himself. Therefore, no matter what people said, they could not change this fact. However, the other party's actions infuriated him. He was not a master who would be bullied. There's no need to do it. However, since the other party has provoked us, we have to respond. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Wang Li, follow me out. Older brother Xian, where are we going? Wang Li asked. Accept the challenge. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous. Hearing this, Wang Li was excited. He had long been displeased with those people. Unfortunately, without Lin Xian's order, he could not do it. But now, Lin Xian was going to take the initiative to attack. How could he not be excited? Older brother Xian, I can't help it. Wang Li shouted excitedly. Then he followed Lin Xian out. When Lin Xian appeared in Wind-Seeking City, everyone was stunned. They were shocked as if they had seen a ghost. Because after these few days of smearing, everyone thought that Lin Xian was a coward and did not dare to accept the challenge. But now Lin Xian had appeared. What's going on? Didn't he not dare to come out? Why did he come out now? Many people were confused. Who knows? Is he here to accept the challenge? That's impossible. Didn't they say that he's only a 6th grade alchemist? With this level, he's courting death against Shen Tianyu. But he's walking towards the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion. The Heavenly Elixir Pavilion is where he and Shen Tianyu will fight. Everyone was talking about it excitedly. There was no other way. This was too shocking. They thought that the matter was over. But they did not expect such a thing to happen again. At this time, Wang Li snorted coldly. I say, what are you suspecting? Are you suspecting our older brother Xian? Let me tell you, our older brother Xian has been in seclusion for the past few days because he's studying the pill formulas. It's not some lousy rumor at all. Now that we're here to accept the challenge. That's you. You were shouting so happily just now. I advise you to tell that Shan Tianyu to protect his knees. Protect his knees? Everyone was confused. Because in front of older brother Xian, he'll always have to kneel. Wang Li's voice was loud and clear. It was very satisfying. Whoosh! Hearing this, everyone was in an uproar. They were all extremely shocked, as if they couldn't believe their own ears. What did I hear? Lin Xian actually fought back. F***CK, this is the rhythm of a fight. Big news, big news. I told you, Lin Xian can't be afraid. You didn't believe me. Now you believe me. Look at how confident he is. Did he really come up with a new pill formula? Everyone was excited, boiling, and in complete chaos. The previous rumor about Lin Xian's reputation was also self-destructed. Didn't you say that he was timid and did not dare to accept the challenge? But now he had come out and accepted the challenge in a high-profile manner. He was very confident. Suddenly, the news spread like a gust of wind, quickly spreading throughout Windy City. Go and see Lin Xian is out. What, Lin Xian is out? You're not dreaming, are you? How dare he come out? What do you know? He's going to the Heavenly Pill Pavilion to prepare for the competition. Really? F***CK. I must go and see. For a moment, the entire Windy City was shaken. Countless warriors moved to watch. This also created a strange scene. It was as if Lin Xian was an elder of a sovereign clan and was surrounded by everyone like a moon surrounded by a myriad of stars. Brother Lin, are you really going to participate in the competition? Someone did not believe and quickly asked. I say, why are you still asking this question? Wang Li said impatiently. Can't you see? Of course, our older brother Xian is going to accept the challenge. Also, hurry up and tell Shen Tianyu to prepare a 6,000-year-old spiritual herb. We don't want it if it's missing a leaf. Wang Li's words shocked everyone. They looked at Lin Xian's confident appearance. It did not seem fake at all. Now, everyone believed that Lin Xian was really going to accept the challenge. Thinking of this, they were extremely excited and quickly followed Lin Xian to the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. Chapter 1058. The Heavenly Elixir Pavilion was the largest elixir trading place in Wenfeng City. They had everything from ordinary elixirs to 7th-grade elixirs. It could be said that everyone knew about the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion. At this moment, the people of the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion all came out to welcome them. They naturally knew that the two of them were going to fight here, but they did not object. Instead, they were very happy, because this kind of thing was rare, and both of them were shocking geniuses. As a disciple of the House of Kings, Shen Tianyu was an alchemy genius. At such a young age, he had become a 7th-grade alchemist. It could be said that he was very powerful and his future was limitless. Lin Xian was even more amazing. It was said that the purple spirit pill was refined by him. Moreover, he was the owner of the Immortal Martial Auction. The Immortal Martial Auction. There was probably no one who didn't know about this auction. The first auction had gathered countless elders of the big forces and even sent out a heaven-defying item like the King's Stone Tablet. It could be said that the Immortal Martial Auction was the top auction in the Tianwu continent, and the young man in front of them was the owner of the auction. Therefore, they did not dare to underestimate him, and all came out to welcome him. Under the welcoming of the elders, Lin Xian entered the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion. The Heavenly Elixir Pavilion had specially cleared out a courtyard for this competition. The courtyard was very spacious and connected into one piece. Inside, there were overlapping rockery and waterfalls. The scenery was very pleasant, like a paradise on earth. Lin Xian walked into the courtyard and immediately narrowed his eyes. He naturally did not pay attention to the scenery, but something else attracted his attention. With his outstanding soul power, Lin Xian sensed that there was a fire vein under the courtyard. Although it was not as good as the Flaming Mountain, it was still extraordinary. The fire vein contained rich fire elements, which could help alchemists increase the efficiency of refining elixirs. It could be said that it was very important. He did not expect that there would be a fire vein in the courtyard. As expected of the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion, it was indeed extraordinary. Then he focused his eyes and carefully sensed it. Then he took a step forward. His footwork was very strange. It was not a straight line at all. It was as if he was stepping on something. The ordinary martial artists were puzzled and did not understand. However, the elders of the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion were shocked, and their faces were dull. They couldn't help but be shocked because they naturally knew that there was a fire vein underground. But now, every step Lin Xian took was on the fire vein. Moreover, it was the place with the densest fire vein. Lin Xian's footsteps had completely shocked the elders of the Heavenly Dan Pavilion. Now, they absolutely believed that the previous rumors were purposely slandered. The youth in front of them was definitely incomparably powerful. However, they didn't know if they could defeat Shen Tianyu because Shen Tianyu was also extraordinary. Moreover, they had interacted with Shen Tianyu before. His attainments in alchemy were even higher than theirs. Therefore, they had no way of guessing the outcome of this battle. Everything would only be known after the battle. After taking a few steps, Lin Xian stopped and stood with his hands behind his back with a smile on his face. This was because the place where he was now was the place where the fire element was the strongest. Seeing that Lin Xian was ready, Wang Li immediately said, "Why isn't that Shen Tianyu here yet? Could it be that he's afraid of our brother Xian's strength? Does he not dare to accept the challenge?" Previously, those people had maliciously slandered Lin Xian, which made Wang Li and the others very angry. Now that there was an opportunity, he would not miss it. When the surrounding people heard this, the corners of their mouths twitched. Obviously, the other party was retaliating against the malicious rumors from a few days ago. Soon, the news of Lin Xian's arrival at the Heavenly Dan Pavilion spread quickly. More and more people gathered at the Heavenly Dan Pavilion. The entire courtyard was packed with people. Lin Xian stood at the place where the fire vein was the strongest and waited quietly. He knew that the other party would definitely come after hearing the news. Sure enough, not long after, there was a sudden commotion behind him. The crowd spread to both sides like a tide, forcibly forming a passage. Then, a group of people swaggered out of the passage. The person in front was naturally Shen Tianyu. He had a handsome face and a conceited smile on his face as he walked over quickly. Next to him was the cold-looking level 6 alchemist and Xin Yulong. Behind them were the other disciples of the Shen family. The group of people came to the courtyard in a mighty manner. Then the cold-looking young man looked at Lin Xian and sneered. "You really dared to come. I have to say that you have a lot of guts, but you are also very stupid. How dare you go against our brother Tianyu? Just wait for your death. Today, I will expose your alchemy skills in front of everyone and let everyone know what kind of person you are." Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. They did not expect Shen Tianyu to come so quickly and in such a powerful manner. It seemed that there would be an exciting alchemy battle here. When Wang Li heard the other party's voice, he snorted coldly. "I think you should be the ones who are afraid. Why? Are you ready to kneel?" Seeing that Lin Xian was not backing down, the crowd finally boiled over. The alchemy competition had not yet begun, but the two sides were already mocking each other. It seemed that when the battle began, The two of them would definitely not hold back. This also meant that the battle in a while would definitely be an exciting one. How is it? Have you prepared the 6,000-year-old spiritual herbs? You must take good care of them. If there is a single leaf, we will not accept it. Of course, we will take good care of the 6,000-year-old spiritual herbs. But you don't have to worry about that, because you won't have the chance to see them. The cold-looking young man sneered. Shen Tianyu, on the other hand, looked proud and aloof. He did not care about the quarrel at all. Instead, his eyes were like lightning as he quickly scanned the surroundings. Then he frowned. That was because he also felt the underground fire vein. However, what made him unhappy was that Lin Xian was standing in the best spot of the fire vein. He could not tolerate that. In his opinion, this place should belong to him, and Ling Xian did not have the right to own this place. Then, with a trace of coldness at the corner of his mouth, he quickly walked over. Get lost. I want this place. Shen Tianyu was very aggressive. He did not take Lin Xian seriously at all. Lin Xian sneered as well. You want it? Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like that? Lin Xian did not have a good impression of the person in front of him. This kind of self-righteous and arrogant guy had to be taught a lesson to deter him. Boy, I'm warning you. You don't deserve this position at all. You're simply an insult to this place by standing here. Seeing that the other party was unwilling to back down, Shen Tianyu's face darkened. That's ridiculous. If I don't deserve it, do you think you deserve this place? Do you really think you're some big shot? Lin Xian said coldly. The crowd was puzzled. They could not understand why the two of them were fighting for a position. However, some people understood. After all, there was no lack of alchemists in the audience, and there were also level 6 alchemists. So they quickly understood the reason. Chapter 1059. You're not alchemists, so you don't know that there's a fire vein underneath. It's very dense. And Lin Xian is standing at the best spot in the fire vein. Refining pills that will achieve the best results. An elder explained. After hearing that, the crowd finally understood. No wonder the two of them were fighting for a spot. However, it seemed that Shen Tianyu was at a disadvantage because it seemed that Lin Xian would never give up the spot. In front of them, the two of them were confronting each other. Lin Xian was not afraid at all. On the other hand, Shen Tianyu was furious. His face was extremely cold and his eyes were filled with anger. Get lost. He finally couldn't take it anymore and threw a punch forward, wanting to send Lin Xian flying. Seeing that, the crowd was shocked. They did not expect Shen Tianyu to suddenly attack. However, Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. He stretched out his palm and waved it forward. Boom! A low sound was heard and a terrifying energy spread out in all directions. You want to fight? I'm afraid you've got the wrong person. Lin Xian sneered. Then his arm shook and a huge force surged out of his body again. Boom! The next moment, Shen Tianyu's expression changed because he was forced to retreat. His body swayed and he took 3 steps back. His entire arm was slightly numb. You! He stared fiercely at Lin Xian. His eyes were burning with anger. He did not expect his opponent's combat strength to be so terrifying that he was forced to retreat. The crowd was also shocked. It seemed that, in terms of combat strength, Shen Tianyu was far inferior to Lin Xian. At that moment, Shen Yulong also quickly stepped forward and whispered to Shen Tianyu, "Don't fight with him. This guy's combat strength is terrifying." Shen Tianyu's face darkened when he heard that, but he still nodded coldly because he had already felt the power of that punch. Then he snorted. So what if he's strong in combat strength? We're competing in alchemy skills this time. So what if you've taken the best spot? I'll let you know what true strength is. Shen Tianyu's expression was cold. He no longer fought for the best spot. Instead, he quickly scanned the surroundings, looking for other spots. Not long after, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. With a flash of his feet, he arrived at a place opposite Lin Xian. The fire element there was also abnormally strong, second only to Lin Xian's location. Kid, you'll know in a moment that everything is futile in front of absolute strength. Shen Tianyu smiled coldly. I'll let you know what true strength is. In the face of absolute strength, everything you do is futile. Shen Tianyu said arrogantly. Lin Xian also said in a cold voice, an alchemist who can't even get the most advantageous position to refine pills, yet you're here talking about absolute strength. I think you don't have any strength at all. You don't deserve to say these words. There are many factors involved in alchemy, and the flame factor is especially important. It can even affect the success or failure of alchemy. You can't even control such an important factor. Don't you think it's ridiculous to talk about strength with me? Lin Xian's voice was cold, and there was a trace of disdain in the corners of his mouth. You have a sharp tongue. You'll know how short-sighted your knowledge is. Shen Tianyu's face was dark, and there was a strong murderous intent. His opponent was so hateful that he dared to question his strength. He decided to teach him a lesson later and let him know what a real alchemy genius was. That's right. What's the use of talking? Let's see if you have the ability to fight. The cold youth of the Shin family also clamored. It's boring to bicker, since it's an alchemy competition. Let's see what level of alchemy you have. The disciples of the Divine Bird Palace also sneered. The surrounding warriors were very excited because they would soon be able to see a peak alchemy competition. This was definitely a rare scene. In that case, let's start. The competition is very simple. You can refine pills at will. Whoever has a higher grade and better effect will win. Shan Tianyu said, Prepare the recipe for the purple spirit pill, because it will soon be mine. Hearing this, Lin Xian looked strange. He asked in a low voice, Are you sure you want to compete like this? Why? You don't dare? Shen Tianyu sneered. It's not that I don't dare, but I have no chance of winning. Lin Xian said slowly, If I use the purple spirit pill, I really can't think of what kind of pill you can use to compete with me. He was telling the truth. Originally, he thought that they should refine the same kind of pill and see whose effect was better. However, he did not expect Shen Tianyu to compete with him on any kind of pill. Wasn't he looking for death? His purple spirit pill was a pill that could repair the martial soul. It was a pill that countless venerables went crazy for. It could be said that it was unique in the Tianwu continent because no one had heard of a pill with the same effect. Therefore, he really could not think of what kind of pill Shen Tianyu could use to compete with his purple spirit pill. Refine the purple spirit pill? Shen Tianyu was stunned. Then he sneered disdainfully. If you can really refine the purple spirit pill, then I'll admit defeat. He said this directly because, in his opinion, it was impossible for Shen Tianyu to refine the purple spirit pill. That was because it was a 7th grade pill, and it was one of the most outstanding 7th grade pills. With Shen Tianyu's status as a 6th grade alchemist, how could he refine it? Therefore, he did not think that Lin Xian could refine it. However, he was different. He was a genuine 7th grade alchemist. This time for the competition, he had prepared carefully. Therefore, it wasn't difficult for him to refine a better 7th grade medicinal pill. As long as he could refine it, he would definitely be able to defeat Lin Xian. When Lin Xian heard Shen Tianyu's words, his expression became even more strange. Since Shen Tianyu was looking for death, he could only send him on his way. All right, you said it yourself. When the time comes, don't blame me for not reminding you. Lin Xian kindly reminded him again. Cut the crap. Let's begin. Shen Tianyu snorted. Then he touched the storage ring with his finger. A crimson alchemy cauldron appeared in the air. The alchemy cauldron was crimson. As soon as it appeared, it exuded a monstrous heat. There were mysterious patterns on the cauldron, forming a flame pattern that was burning fiercely. This cauldron, Could it be the Shen family's Nanming Ignis cauldron? The elder of the heavenly elixir pavilion was shocked. Yes, it is indeed the Nanming Ignis cauldron. I didn't expect him to have this treasure cauldron. This is a half-earth grade treasure. Another elder exclaimed. What? A half-earth grade treasure? When the crowd heard this, they were shocked and looked at the sky in disbelief. They did not expect that the crimson alchemy cauldron was a half-earth grade treasure. This was too shocking. One had to know that a half-earth step treasure was an incomparably rare existence. They had not expected Shen Tianyu to be so generous in his first move. Seeing the crowd's shocked and envious eyes, Shen Tianyu smiled proudly. Chapter 1060. Seeing the shocked and envious eyes of the people around him, Shen Tianyu smiled proudly. His Nanming Li fire cauldron was indeed a half-earth rank treasure, and it was specially given to him by his family. Now, using it to deal with Lin Xian would be a piece of cake. It could even crush him. Then he manipulated the Nanming Li fire cauldron and looked at Lin Xian provocatively. He wanted to see what kind of cauldron Shen Tianyu could take out. If Shen Tianyu's cauldron was too low grade, he would directly use the pressure of the Nanming Li fire cauldron to deter Shen Tianyu, and it might even cause Shen Tianyu to fail. He was disdainful. In front of his absolute strength, what could Lin Xian do? The disciples of the Shen family and the Divine Bird Palace looked at Lin Xian with a sneer, and their eyes were cold. Lin Xian naturally knew what they meant, but he shook his head slightly, and a touch of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. Shen Tianyu dared to compare the quality of his cauldron with Shen Tianyu. Shen Tianyu's 10,000 bee sting was an earth-rank treasure, and it was a complete earth-rank treasure. Shen Tianyu's half-earth-rank treasure could not be compared to it at all. If he wanted to, he could even suppress Shen Tianyu's cauldron in an instant. But he would not do so. If the news of the 10,000 bee sting was leaked out, the whole world would be alarmed. At that time, those kings might also take action. If that was the case, he could not resist at all. Therefore, before he had the ability to protect himself, he would not leak the news. However, the 10,000 bee sting was still useful to him. Because of the existence of zero, he could hide the aura of the 10,000 bee sting. Therefore, he only needed to maintain the aura of the 10,000 bee sting to the level of a half-earth rank treasure, and then take it out to use, and it would not arouse suspicion. After quickly communicating with Zero, Lin Xian also flicked his finger, and suddenly a black light appeared in the void. Seeing this scene, everyone looked up and craned their necks to see. The black light in the void suddenly stopped and spun rapidly. Then, a small black cauldron appeared in the void. The black cauldron floated in the air, emitting a similar aura. However, unlike the fiery aura from before, this black cauldron's aura was somewhat cold. What kind of pill cauldron is this? Why does it have such a cold and gloomy aura? Everyone looked at each other. As for the Heavenly Pill Pavilion's elder, he was shocked once again. Relying on their outstanding soul force, they could clearly sense that the aura emitted by the small black cauldron in the void was equally terrifying. It had also reached the level of a half-earth rank artifact. Soon after, their hearts trembled fiercely. They had never imagined that Lin Xian would also possess a half-earth step artifact, grade pill cauldron. On the other side, Shen Tianyu's face was gloomy and even a little ferocious. He stared at the black cauldron in the sky, his body trembling slightly. Despicable, this is too despicable. He was driven mad, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Shen Tianyu was about to go crazy. He really couldn't imagine that his opponent would be able to take out a half-earth step treasure cauldron. This was completely beyond his expectations. Originally, he wanted to use the pressure of the Nanming Ignis cauldron in his hand to frighten his opponent, but now it seemed impossible, because the black cauldron that his opponent had taken out was no weaker than his. And somehow, when he faced the black cauldron, there was an instinctive fear in his heart. Damn it! How could this guy have such a good thing in his hands? Not only Shin Tianyu, but the disciples of the Shin family were also shocked. Their faces were ferocious, and they could not wait to rush up and snatch the black cauldron back. The disciples of the Divine Bird Palace also looked terrible. They stared fiercely at Lin Xian and then comforted themselves. It's okay, even if that guy took out a cauldron of the same level. So what? His strength is not as good as Brother Tianyu's. In the end, he will still lose. Even if the conditions are the same, his strength is not enough. He can't win. The disciples of the Shen family also regained their calmness and shouted again. Seeing the changes in everyone's faces, Lin Xian was expressionless, but he sneered in his heart. A half-earth step treasure? These people were really silly and cute. They actually thought that Shan Tianyu could win this competition. It seemed like he had to use facts to slap them in the face in order to wake them up. Shaking his head slightly, Lin Xian did not pay attention to these people. Instead, he flicked his fingers and began to take out spiritual herbs to refine. Seeing this, Shan Tianyu also snorted coldly. Then he focused his mind and calmed his qi, and a terrifying light burst out from his eyes. The next moment, he also waved his hand, and groups of spiritual herbs appeared in the air, floating along with his soul power. Seeing the two of them refining elixirs, the surrounding people also quieted down and did not even dare to breathe. They quietly watched this scene, and their hearts were filled with excitement. The alchemists in the field stared at the two of them, and they did not miss a single movement. Because these two people were both top-notch alchemists, watching this kind of competition would definitely give them great inspiration. The elders of the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion stared at Lin Xian. There was no other way, because Lin Xian was refining the purple spirit elixir. That was the elixir that was currently in the limelight. If they could learn a thing or two from the other party's refining process, or find some clues, it would be an extremely important discovery for their alchemy. Therefore, these elders were all as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They stared at Lin Xian without blinking, and they did not even miss a single movement. But soon they were disappointed because Lin Xian showed them the most common process. Some of the key processes, as well as the engraving of the elixir veins, were all hidden. They could not find out at all, unless they used their soul power to forcefully break it. But if they did that, they would not just be observing, but directly robbing. This was a big taboo for alchemists, so they would not do it. Moreover, Lin Xian was backed by an overlord like Senmu College. Even if they had 10 times the courage, they would not dare to forcefully investigate. Therefore, they could only watch anxiously, but their hearts were incomparably frantic. Although they could not see the most important part of the refining process, they were still extremely shocked. It was because the methods Lin Xian displayed were truly too exquisite. Every single move he made was executed perfectly, and it caused even these seniors to sigh in admiration. Is this really a young man? Everyone was puzzled because it would be impossible for someone to achieve this level of attainment without a few hundred years of practice. Genius! He is definitely a shocking genius. Lin Xian's talent was definitely not inferior to Shin Tianyu's. He wondered what kind of person Lin Xian's master was. How could he train such a peerless genius? Many alchemists were talking about it, and they were extremely envious. However, the faces of the disciples of the Shin family were dark. This was because the better Lin Xian performed, the more uncomfortable they felt. Why is this guy so powerful? Impossible. He definitely won't succeed in refining it. The cold young man of the Shin family looked ferocious and kept whispering. Chapter 1061. He was also a level 6 alchemist, but compared to Lin Xian, he was nothing. That was because Shan Tianyu's methods and experience were too exquisite, far beyond what he could compare with. He was even better than Shin Tianyu. Shin Tianyu's face was gloomy. Although he was refining the pill, he was still aware of what was going on outside. When he learned about Lin Xian's skillful and exquisite methods, His face suddenly became gloomy. Not only that, but a feeling of panic suddenly arose in his heart because the strength that Lin Xian displayed was not inferior to his at all. If it were not for the restriction of the soul power, Shan Tianyu would have been a level 7 alchemist. However, that was already enough to make him extremely shocked. Shan Tianyu knew that although he was also part of the younger generation, he was already in his 30s. Looking at Lin Xian's appearance, he was at most in his 20s. There was a difference of more than 10 years between the two of them. For a genius, the improvement that could be achieved in more than 10 years was extremely terrifying. In other words, if the two of them were the same age, he would definitely not be able to beat Lin Xian. That was because when he was in his 20s, he could not reach Lin Xian's level at all. Damn this guy! Shan Tianyu's heart was ferocious. I will not lose. The purple spirit pills formula must be mine. In the end, he directly withdrew the last trace of his soul power and no longer paid attention to the outside world. Instead, he focused on refining the pill in his hand. Without saying much, Shan Tianyu's strength was amazing. He was indeed a young genius at the master level. Under such circumstances, he was still able to quickly calm his mind and focus on refining pills. This point alone was enough to instantly kill a group of older generation figures. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was completely oblivious to all of this. He had been completely immersed in the process of refining the pill. At that moment, he was completely immersed in the process of refining the pill and fell into a very ethereal state. This was not the first time he had refined the purple spirit pill, so he was very familiar with it. Moreover, with the 10,000 beast sting in his hand, refining the purple spirit pill was not a challenge for him at all. However, he still meticulously carried on because, in the process, he could find his own shortcomings and improve them. Time flowed by, and in the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. During this half a day, no one left. They didn't even move. They were like petrified statues, quietly watching, because the battle between the two of them was really too exciting. Even those martial artists who didn't understand alchemy were convinced. Because all methods were connected, the other party's performance in alchemy was the same principle when it came to martial arts. Therefore, even though they did not understand alchemy, they understood this logic. And those alchemists were even more shocked because the alchemy of these two people had long since completely surpassed them, reaching an inconceivable level. If they didn't know the exact age of these two people, they would have suspected that these two people were two old monsters in disguise. However, just as everyone was exclaiming in shock, Lin Xian suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was as sharp as a divine arrow. Then he let out a low roar and quickly waved his finger, sending out streams of soul power into the 10,000 beast sting. What? Seeing this scene, those alchemy elders were all stunned. They naturally knew what Lin Xian's action meant, but because they knew, they were extremely shocked. This action meant that the alchemy was about to be completed, but this was simply impossible. One had to know that the other party was refining a 7th grade pill. Moreover, it was an extremely special purple spirit pill among 7th grade pills. It had only been half a day and he had already completed it? The elders couldn't believe it because according to their common sense, even if it was an ordinary 7th grade pill, those powerful 7th grade alchemists would need about a day or so to refine it. How could someone be like Lin Xian who could refine it in half a day? Around them, those alchemists were also shocked, and each of them widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. Humph, he finished refining it so quickly. It definitely isn't a 7th grade pill. The cold young man from the Shin family said coldly, maybe he's even ruined it. Many people were discussing. Anyway, no one was optimistic about Lin Xian's chances. Because this speed was too fast, it was impossible for him to refine a 7th grade pill. Lin Xian took in everyone's expressions, and the corner of his mouth curled up into a disdainful smile. Indeed, under normal circumstances, it was impossible to refine a 7th grade pill in half a day, let alone an extremely special pill like the purple spirit pill. However, Lin Xian was different. He had the 10,000 bee sting in his hands, which was a true earth-grade treasure, and could greatly reduce the refining speed. Moreover, half a day was already Lin Xian's waterproof. According to his real speed, he would probably be able to refine it in 4 hours. However, he didn't dare to refine it with his full strength. Otherwise, what would he do if he scared these people? Refining it in half a day had already scared these people. If he refined it in 4 hours, these people would definitely treat him as a monster and capture him to study. Lin Xian didn't want to get into trouble like this. With a wave of his hand, a light purple pill flew back to him and was put into the pill bottle. Then, Lin Xian recalled the 10,000 bee sting again. After doing all this, he stood up and looked ahead with a smile. There, Shen Tianyu was still refining the pill and didn't know what was going on outside. However, Lin Xian smiled. He had refined the purple spirit pill, and no matter what pill his opponent refined, it would be impossible for him to beat him. Therefore, he was sure to win this competition. When the crowd saw Lin Xian smile, they suddenly exclaimed in a low voice. The Shun family's disciples' hearts thumped, and they felt a bad premonition rising from the bottom of their hearts. This guy, don't tell me he really refined the purple spirit pill. How is this possible? He refined the purple spirit pill in half a day. Is he a monster? Impossible, it's definitely impossible. He must be bluffing. Yes, it must be so. The Shun family's disciples shook their heads frantically. In the distance, the elders of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion looked at each other and whispered, "What do you think? Look at the pill veins and the pill fragrance. It should be a 7th grade pill, but I don't know if it's the purple spirit pill." Yes, it was too fast. I didn't see it clearly. Those elders were also grumbling. It's fine that you refined the pill so quickly, but you didn't even show us after you finished refining the pill. Are you trying to kill us? Well, my friend Lin, have you finished refining the pill? Finally, an elder of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion stood up and rubbed his hands with a smile. Yes, I finished refining it, Lin Xian answered readily. The purple spirit pill. The elder asked again. Yes, the purple spirit pill. Lin Xian nodded. Hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but burst into an uproar. However, the Shun family's disciples jumped out and shouted, "Nonsense, it can't be the purple spirit pill. How can that pill be refined in such a short time? Yes, I think you must be bluffing to get away with it. Show it to us if you have the ability." Yes, if you can really refine it, I'll eat the sword in my hand. I'll eat it too. I don't believe that he can really refine the purple spirit pill. The Shun family's disciples clamored. Chapter 1062. The elders of the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion were also excited. They quickly said, "Young friend Lin, why don't you take it out for us to have a look? You'll have to take it out sooner or later anyway." "All right," Lin Xian said helplessly. "Originally, I wanted to wait for Brother Shin to finish refining the elixir. If I reveal it halfway, I'm afraid it will affect Brother Shin's refining." "All right, stop looking for excuses. Our brother Tianyu will not be affected." The disciples of the Shen family sneered and did not believe him. "All right, since you want to die, I can't do anything about it." Lin Xian opened his palm and revealed the elixir bottle in his hand. "So many eyes here have seen that I have never changed this bottle. This means that the elixir in this bottle is indeed freshly refined by me. I hope the elders of the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion can bear witness to this." "That's right, we can prove it. No one can do anything under our noses," the elders said as they patted their chests. "Young friend Lin, quickly open it and let us have a look." Lin Xian nodded and did not hesitate. He opened the elixir bottle and poured out a light purple elixir. Then he waved his hand and let it float in the air. At this moment, everyone opened their eyes wide and stretched their necks to look at the sky. The next moment, they let out a wave of exclamations. "Purple spiritual elixir. It's really the purple spiritual elixir. What? How is this possible?" Oh my God, he refined the purple spiritual elixir in half a day. He must be an amazing alchemy genius. Brother Lin, you're my idol from now on. Countless people discussed animatedly, their expressions extremely excited. The elders of the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion were also shocked. They opened their eyes wide and looked at the sky. That's right, this elixir pattern and elixir fragrance. It's definitely the purple spiritual elixir. This young man has a bright future ahead of him. That's right, he's only about 20 years old, and he already has such heaven-defying strength. I'm afraid he might break through to become an 8th-grade alchemist in the future. The elders of the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion shook their heads, and their expressions were filled with envy and amazement. However, the disciples of the Shin family were dumbfounded. They were all dumbfounded and panic-stricken. The faces of the disciples of the Divine Bird Palace were also gloomy. They did not expect that Lin Xian would actually be able to refine the purple spirit pill. This was definitely not good news for them. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Dream, I must be dreaming. The gloomy young man from the Shin family jumped up in disbelief. It's fake. I don't believe it. It must be fake. The Shun family disciple still wanted to quibble. At this moment, Wang Li took a step forward and coldly shouted, "Stop quibbling. Who is it that said he wanted to eat a treasured sword on the spot? Come out and eat it. Yes, yes. I heard that there are people who want to eat treasured sabers on the spot. Where are they? Let me see." The surrounding crowd also began to jeer. "You are all disciples of the House of Kings. Since he said that he would eat the sword on the spot, then let's eat it on the spot. Don't think about running away. Otherwise, you will lose the face of the House of Kings." Hearing this, the surrounding warriors were extremely excited. They all looked at the Shen family disciple expectantly. The Shen family disciple's face was dark and gloomy. His eyes were full of despair. Before, they were confident that Lin Xian would not be able to refine it, so they dared to say such big words. But now he had actually refined it and was asking them to fulfill their previous promise. This made them even want to die. One must know that those weapons were all spiritual-grade treasures. They were extremely hard. How could they be eaten? They were afraid that they could not even bite it. The group of people had long faces and ugly expressions. The group of Shen family members had long faces, and their expressions were extremely ugly. At this moment, Shen Yulong also stood up and shouted coldly, "Kid, don't go too far. Don't forget that we are from the House of Kings. It is precisely because you are from the House of Kings that I have to urge you to fulfill your promise. Otherwise, you will lose face for the House of Kings. That would be terrible." Lin Xian also sneered and said, "I know that you people from the House of Kings value your reputation the most, so you should eat it." Hearing this, Shen Yulong was so angry that he vomited blood. The Shun family disciples were also so angry that they were trembling. At this moment, they even had the feeling of wanting to escape. When the surrounding crowd saw this scene, they were all extremely excited. It was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. This was too shocking and too exciting. One must know that the other party was a disciple of the House of Kings. They were high and mighty, and no one dared to provoke them. But now, Lin Xian directly broke this legend and made the disciples of the House of Kings suffer. Moreover, they suffered a loss and could not fight back at all. Now, seeing the faces of the Shun family disciples that were holding back blood, the crowd could not help but want to laugh. "Eat it. If you don't eat it, you will lose face for the king's family." Lin Xian said, "Then you will be punished when you return to your family. So, I am saying this for your own good. Hurry up and eat it on the spot. Eat your grandpa." Shen Yulong had the urge to vomit blood. For our own good? If we eat it, we will really be losing face for the House of Kings. So this time, we can't eat it even if we are beaten to death. Seeing the Shun family disciples lowering their heads and refusing to admit their mistakes, Lin Xian sighed. Alas, the world is degenerating day by day. I didn't expect that the top house of kings on the continent would not keep their promise. It seems that the world is really miserable. Yeah, what house of kings? They can't even keep their word. Wang Li also despised them. When the crowd heard this, they also laughed. The faces of the disciples of the divine bird palace also darkened. They did not want to stay any longer, so they quietly escaped quickly. There was no other way, it was too embarrassing. If they stayed any longer, they would probably be laughed at to death. Hey, three-headed bird, why are you leaving? Are you not waiting for the result? Lin Xian looked at the escaping disciples and shouted loudly. Hearing this voice, the disciples of the divine bird palace stiffened and almost fell. Then those people sped up and left the courtyard quickly without looking back. Seeing this scene, the crowd was stunned. Damn, it was too unbelievable. With just a few words, he scared away the disciples of the 6th grade intermediate sect. This kind of scene had probably never happened before. At this time, Lin Xian looked at the Shen family with a smile again. Hey, your allies have all run away. It seems that they have no confidence in you. Hearing Lin Xian's words and the contempt of the crowd, the disciples of the Shen family could not bear it any more. They lowered their heads one by one and wished they could find a hole to hide in. The gloomy young man was even more unbearable. He trembled all over, and his face was extremely red. Then he finally could not bear it and spat out a mouthful of blood. Hey, he spat out blood, he spat out blood. The disciples of the Shen family are in the wrong. Looking at this scene, Wang Li shouted loudly. Hearing this, the gloomy young man trembled with anger and spat out another mouthful of blood. He was about to go crazy. However, this mouthful of blood happened to be sprayed on Shen Tianyu's face. Chapter 1063. The gloomy young man was stunned. The other disciples of the Shen family were also stunned. They did not expect this to happen. The crowd was also stunned. They all turned their heads and looked at Shen Tianyu. Shen Tianyu's face was splashed with blood, and his alchemy state was forcibly interrupted. He opened his eyes angrily, and his expression was terrible. The next moment, the Nanming Ignis cauldron in front of him suddenly trembled. Then, as if it had exploded, a low sound came from the cauldron. Everyone exclaimed when they saw this. They knew that this meant that the alchemy had failed. Shen Tianyu's face became ferocious when he heard the explosion and saw the elixir turn into ashes. He wiped the blood off his face. His cold eyes were like lightning as he quickly scanned the crowd. Who dares to interrupt my alchemy? He was so angry that his whole body was trembling. His voice was full of murderous intent. Because this was a competition that everyone was watching, and because of his distinguished status, he thought that no one would dare to interrupt his alchemy. Therefore, he did not take any protective measures. However, he did not expect that he would be interrupted at the most critical part of his alchemy, and he would fail directly. He could not accept this. After all, he was in the middle of a competition, and it was a competition with stakes. Instantly, he thought of Lin Xian. Only Lin Xian dared to mess with him. However, the next moment, he saw Lin Xian standing with his hands clasped behind his back. He smiled and shook his head. Don't look at me. I'm not messing with you. This is the doing of the Shen family's son. Then he pointed to the side. Family's disciple. Shen Tianyu's face was ferocious. He did not believe it, but he still looked over subconsciously. Then his body stiffened. It was as if lightning had flashed through his mind. He was completely stunned. That was because he saw that the gloomy young man's mouth was full of blood. He was staring blankly in front of him. Needless to say, that mouthful of blood must have come from him. Damn it! Shen Tianyu gritted his teeth. He did not expect that the person who interrupted his alchemy was from his own family. His face was ferocious. With a cold, murderous intent, he quickly walked toward the gloomy young man. Brother, Tianyu. Seeing Shen Tianyu walking over, the gloomy young man trembled in fear and almost cried. I didn't do it on purpose. It's all that brat's fault. It's all his fault. The gloomy young man wanted to say something, but Shen Tianyu shouted, "Useless trash, get out of my way!" As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his palm and slapped the gloomy young man's face, sending him flying. Suddenly, the gloomy young man's body flew into the air. He spun a few times in the air before he was sent flying. Half of his face was extremely swollen like a pig's head. All of his teeth were broken and scattered on the ground. He was in an incomparably miserable state. "Scram! I don't want to see you again." Shen Tianyu's voice was cold. If it were not for his own disciple, he would have killed Yi Fuqian already. The gloomy young man's face was contorted in pain, but he didn't dare to leave. He could only lie on the ground and tremble. Ayaya, killing each other, what a disgusting scene. Lin Xian sighed. The people around them tried hard to hold back their laughter and kept shaking their heads. They knew that the Shen family was completely defeated today. Hearing Lin Xian's voice, Shen Tianyu suddenly turned around. His cold eyes were like sharp blades as he stared at Lin Xian. "Don't be so smug. I was just forcibly interrupted. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't." Halfway through his words, he suddenly stopped. Then, as if he had thought of something, his pupils suddenly shrank and he was extremely shocked. "Impossible. Why are you still standing? Where's your alchemy tripod?" "Alchemy tripod? I put it away long ago. Do you think it's as slow as a snail like you? Finished refining? Impossible." Shen Tianyu quickly shook his head with a look of disbelief. Then he sneered. "What? Did you refine a 6th grade elixir?" "A 6th grade elixir?" Hearing this, the people around them had strange expressions. Lin Xian also sneered. "I think it's better for your own family to tell you the answer." Seeing the strange expressions of the people around him, Shen Tianyu had a bad feeling. However, he suppressed it and turned to look at the Shen family disciples. "Tell me, what's going on?" However, the Shen family disciples looked pale and did not dare to answer. "Yulong, tell me, what's going on? What kind of elixir did that guy refine?" When Shen Tianyu saw that the Shen family disciples did not dare to answer, he could only look at Shen Yulong. Shen Yulong's face was also gloomy. However, he still said in a low voice, "That guy refined the purple spirit elixir." "What? The purple spirit elixir?" Shen Tianyu was stunned. These 3 words were like a sudden clap of thunder that struck him dumb. He had never expected that Lin Xian could really refine the purple spirit elixir. Originally, in his opinion, Lin Xian's strength was not good enough and he was simply an imposter. It was impossible for him to refine a 7th grade elixir. However, now he had refined it. Of course, our brother Xian spent half a day refining the purple spirit elixir. At this time, Wang Li, who was next to him, also said proudly, "Half a day." Hearing this, Shen Tianyu's pupils shrank and he was shocked again. He was very suspicious. However, when he saw the expressions of the Shen family disciples in front of him, his heart sank. In other words, everything that Shen Tianyu said was true. In half a day, Shen Tianyu had refined the precious purple spirit elixir. However, he had ruined the elixir. The difference between them could be said to be obvious at a glance. When he thought of this, a fire of jealousy rose in his heart and his whole person became a little twisted. One had to know that he was a proud son of God and an alchemy genius. He was extremely talented. He had become a 7th grade alchemist at a young age and had been greatly nurtured by his family. His goal was to become an 8th grade alchemist in his lifetime. It could be said that he had never taken anyone seriously, let alone those of the same generation. Yet now a youth who was even younger than him actually defeated him in alchemy. He could not accept this. At this moment, Shen Tianyu's heart was going crazy. He looked at the strange expressions of the people around him. His heart was heavy and he felt like dying. He did not want to stay here for a moment longer. However, just as he turned around, Lin Xian's voice gently floated from behind. "I say, you seem to have forgotten something. Where's the bet? Yes, 2 6,000-year-old spiritual herbs and 3 5,000-year-old spiritual herbs. You shouldn't have forgotten, right? Wang Li reminded him. Hearing this, Shen Tianyu's body trembled and he almost fell down. Those spiritual herbs were his treasures. How could he bear to part with them? However, he had already said these words. There was no way he could deny it. Moreover, in front of so many people, he did not dare to deny it. This was because when the time came, it would not only be him who would be embarrassed, but the entire Shin family would be embarrassed too. Therefore, he could only swallow this loss in silence. Chapter 1064. With a heavy snort, Shen Tianyu reluctantly took out 2 6,000-year-old spiritual herbs and 3 5,000-year-old spiritual herbs from his storage ring. Then he threw them behind him. Lin Xian, on the other hand, waved his hand. Instantly, a stream of air surged and formed a gentle gust of wind that completely caught the 5 stalks of spiritual herbs. They are really supreme-grade spiritual herbs. Lin Xian sighed. Thank you. Remember to look for me when you want to compete. Of course, you have to prepare the stakes in advance. Hearing this, Shen Tianyu's head was about to explode. He suppressed the anger in his heart, turned into a ray of light, and disappeared instantly. Hey, why are you still here? Do you want to continue to stay and eat weapons? Lin Xian turned around and looked at the Shen family disciples who were still there. Hearing this, the Shen family disciples trembled and quickly left, like stray dogs. Seeing this, the surrounding people let out an earth-shattering exclamation. It was too shocking. A young man had defeated all the disciples of the House of Kings. It was too shocking. Moreover, what made the crowd even more excited was that they had seen this incredible process with their own eyes. How could they not be excited? Lin Xian was also very happy. He looked at the supreme-grade spiritual herbs in his hand and was overjoyed. These spiritual herbs were very precious and just enough to make up for what he lacked. He had to admit that Shen Tianyu was really a god of fortune. Then Lin Xian put away the supreme-grade spiritual herbs and left the heavenly elixir pavilion with Wang Li and the others. However, not long after he left, the news spread and instantly spread throughout Windy City. When the people outside heard the news, they were shocked. What did you say? In the end, Lin Xian won the competition, and Shen Tianyu made the elixir explode? Oh my God, this is unbelievable. When the crowd heard the news, they were shocked. At the same time, they admired Lin Xian even more. In a short period of time, Lin Xian's reputation had reached the peak in Wind-Seeking City, and no one could surpass him. Lin Xian also bid farewell to Windy City for the time being and returned to Senma College to prepare for the upcoming secret territory. Lin Xian had just returned to Senma College when a deacon from the college sent Lin Xian some information about the mystic realm. After Lin Xian looked at it, he had a general understanding of this mystic realm. This secret realm was called the Remote Sky Secret Realm. It was a secret realm passed down by Liu Yang in ancient times, because it was an independent space and only opened once every 100 years. It was not affected by the outside world. A large number of natural treasures grew inside. It could be said that this was a place that countless martial artists yearned for. However, there were also countless risks inside. Naturally, there were the restrictions and formations that had been passed down since ancient times. The slightest carelessness could lead to the destruction of both body and soul. But overall, it was still a very tempting secret realm. At the same time, Lin Xian also found out that the opening of the Remote Sky Secret Realm this time was very strange. It was 20 years earlier than before. In other words, some unexpected changes might have happened inside. Moreover, the people from the powerful forces could not forcefully explore it because the Remote Sky Secret Realm had a special restriction on cultivation. It only allowed martial artists below the 6th heaven of Venerable Realm to enter. Therefore, some powerful elders from the powerful forces could not enter at all. Moreover, according to the information, Challenger-level forces could send 100 people, and 6th-rank sects could send 50 people. The other 5th-rank sects and some clans could only send 10 people each. Among these people, most of them would be sent to the younger generation. Only a small number of them would be sent to the older generation. Of course, the exact age distribution was different for each force and sect. Moreover, according to the information that Lin Xian had gathered after returning these few days, even if there were only 100 people, not every expert on the mystic venerable leaderboard would be willing to enter. After all, it was extremely dangerous inside, and the slightest carelessness could lead to death. On the contrary, the martial artists who were not on the leaderboard were unusually excited and wanted to give it a try. Even so, not everyone could enter. They had to pass the college's strict assessment before they could enter. However, Lin Xian did not need to take part in the assessment. He only needed to prepare patiently and wait for the remote sky secret realm to open. Soon, the news of the remote sky secret realm spread. All the disciples of Senmu College knew about it. Instantly, the entire Senmu College became lively. Ever since the demon-slaying conference, Senmu College had been peaceful for a long time. No one had expected it to explode again. It could not be helped because the remote sky secret realm was more attractive than the demon-slaying conference. There were countless heavenly treasures inside, and even some extinct spirit herbs and martial arts that had been lost. It could be said that it was a treasure trove waiting for everyone to exploit. However, the danger there was also great. It was several times more dangerous than the demon-slaying conference. Therefore, every disciple was discussing whether to enter the remote sky secret realm or not. At the same time, the college also held a registration event. After all, it was a major event. Not everyone could enter if they wanted to. It had to be decided through a competition. Although the remote sky secret realm was dangerous, there were still many houses that registered. That was because it was an opportunity for them. It was an opportunity to become a dragon overnight. In fact, it was not only Senmu College that was doing this. The other major forces were doing the same. They were quickly selecting suitable disciples. The registration period was only 1 day. Therefore, Senmu College was very lively now. Those disciples who were in seclusion or outside rushed back to participate. Some of the older generation also wanted to try. Among them, Lin Xian was directly exempted from the test. At the same time, De Guotian and Li Yunfei received the same treatment. It could not be helped. The three of them were very powerful. They were the top of the younger generation in the college. Therefore, they did not need to participate in the competition. In addition, there was another person who was exempted from the competition. That was Murong Qingqing. However, she did not use Senmu College's quota. Instead, she used the Murong family's quota. Murong Qingqing had already told Lin Xian about this before she left. Therefore, Lin Xian was not surprised. After all, the remote sky secret realm was very dangerous. The Murong family probably hoped that Murong Qingqing would stay with their disciples. That would greatly increase their chances of survival. As for the competition, Lin Xian did not pay any attention to it. That was because his strength was still at the top of the younger generation in the college. Only De Guotian and Li Yunfei could be his opponents. The others were not qualified at all. Therefore, he did not pay much attention to them. What he was really worried about was the disciples of the other clans. For example, the Shun family and the Murong family. The core disciples of the House of Kings were not weaker than the top 10 in the college. They were the real enemies. Therefore, he had been in seclusion these days to prepare. Chapter 1065. His cultivation had steadily increased, and he could be considered an extremely strong existence among the 4th level venerables. Furthermore, he had consumed the purple spirit pill, which had perfected the ice lotus martial spirit and the great dragon sword spirit. His other concepts had also reached perfection, and he was just short of an opportunity to transform them into a true martial spirit. As for the blood sword inheritance, it was now stuck at the 4th level because it required a powerful battle to level up. He had already cultivated the other 2 Earth tier cultivation techniques to the small success stage. His current cultivation was not enough to reach the large success stage. It seems that raising my cultivation is the way to go. Lin Xian took a deep breath. In the last few days, he was not in seclusion, but completely relaxed. At the same time, he also received a piece of news that the Academy had made an exchange list. This meant that warriors could use the items in the remote sky secret realm to exchange for items in the true spirit palace. Of course, the value had to be equal. Immediately, Lin Xian became interested. He remembered that he still owed the Crimson Dragon a portion of dragon blood. Let's go take a look. Lin Xian was tempted and prepared to take a look at the so-called exchange list. There were many items on the exchange list, which meant that there were many treasures in the remote sky secret realm. Otherwise, there would not be so many items on the list. Lin Xian even saw the exchange of Earth tier martial arts, which shocked him greatly. One had to know that Earth tier martial arts were the top martial arts on the continent, and now Sema College was actually exchanging them. One could imagine how precious the items were. He swept his gaze across the list and quickly searched through it. Then he narrowed his eyes, because at the top of the list there was an exchange item, and that was dragon blood. A drop of dragon blood was worth 7 to 8 million spiritual value points in the true spirit palace. This price was very high. Lin Xian had been in the academy for so long, but he only had 1 million spiritual value points. If he wanted to gather 7 to 8 million spiritual value points, he would have to work hard for 2 to 3 years without exchanging anything. This would consume too much time for him, and it was not worth it at all. But now there was an exchange list. In other words, as long as he obtained the corresponding item in the remote sky secret realm, he could exchange for a drop of dragon blood. Dark sky feather. Lin Xian muttered as he stared at the ceiling. This was the item that had been exchanged with the dragon blood. Dragon blood! The Crimson Dragon was also excited. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. However, he soon revealed a suspicious expression. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the dragon blood? Lin Xian asked. No, look at that exchange item. The Crimson Dragon was excited. The heavenly netherworld feather. Could it be the heavenly netherworld bird's feather? Heavenly netherbird? Lin Xian was stunned, and then his heart trembled violently. Are you sure? Something like that. Otherwise, I can't think of any bird feathers that can be exchanged for dragon blood, the Crimson Dragon replied. Hiss! Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air when he heard that. Then his eyes lit up. One of his goals in coming to the Blood Realm was to find the heavenly netherbird. Back then, Lin Xian had obtained an incomplete map that recorded information about the heavenly netherbird. That was why Lin Xian came to the Blood Realm. However, the map was incomplete, so Lin Xian hadn't made any progress. He didn't expect that he would receive information about the heavenly netherbird. The heavenly netherworld secret realm. Could this secret realm be related to the heavenly netherbird? Lin Xian's eyelids twitched. It seems like it. The Crimson Dragon was also shocked. I was wondering why I couldn't find it. It's a secret realm by itself. The two of them were too excited because the heavenly netherbird was a demonic beast on the heaven list. It was very useful to both of them. The Crimson Dragon needed the other's blood and demonic core to recover its strength. As for Lin Xian, he wanted to deal with the flame to form his fire martial soul. Originally, he just wanted to go in and get some treasures. He didn't expect to find something like this. Lin Xian was excited. He had to get the heavenly netherworld flame. He had a map in his hand. Perhaps it would be useful. After making a mental note of this name, Lin Xian left the exchange board. The other disciples also stared at the list excitedly and kept discussing. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was the day when the heavenly netherworld secret realm would open. The college also gathered all the disciples who had obtained the right to enter the heavenly netherworld secret realm. There were a total of 100 people. 70 of them were young disciples and 30 were old martial artists. These people stood on top of an enormous ancient array platform, waiting quietly. Lin Xian was naturally among them. His eyes flashed as he scanned the surroundings. Finally, he looked at the older generation figures. These older generation figures were extremely powerful and far surpassed the younger generation. Most of them were at the 6th heaven of the supremacy realm. Lin Xian even saw 1 or 2 7th heaven of the supremacy realm experts. Immediately, he was puzzled. According to the information he received, 7th heaven of the supremacy realm couldn't enter. But now there was 7th heaven of the supremacy realm standing here. This was really strange. However, the Crimson Dragon said telepathically, "There's nothing to be curious about. Senmu College probably has a special method to let 7th heaven of the supremacy realm in. But looking at the number of people, the method to enter must be quite expensive." "I see." Hearing the Crimson Dragon's explanation, Lin Xian understood. But then he became cautious. Since Senmu College had such a method, the other king-level forces should have the same method. If they were also interested in the heavenly netherworld bird, the situation would be troublesome. It seemed that the heavenly netherworld secret realm was indeed very dangerous. He had to be careful. Everyone stood on the array platform and waited quietly. Dean Xian also stood at the front with his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky. A few elders near him were also whispering to each other. At the same time, on the other side of the Tianmu continent, on a huge mountain, several figures floated in the clouds like immortals. They looked very dreamy. On the mountain, there were strange runes flashing. They were like red soldering irons, shining with a strange light. Not only that, but the other 5 mountains around it were also shining. They connected together and formed a huge light array. 6 huge mountains pierced through the clouds. The runes on them became brighter and brighter, forming rays of light that intertwined in the void. Finally, they formed a huge array. This scene lasted for a long time before it gradually stabilized. At this moment, a pair of eyes opened in the void. A merciless gaze tore through the sky. Accompanying it was a terrifying aura. Then, a majestic voice rang out. The heavenly netherworld secret realm had finally opened. This voice was low and carried a terrifying aura. Even the void could not withstand it. The hearts of the disciples in the distance trembled. "Xincheng, let's start with you." That majestic voice rang out again. If someone was here, they would definitely exclaim in surprise. That was because these people were from the Shen family. Hearing that majestic voice, a middle-aged man stepped on the void and slowly walked over. He looked at the light array in front of him with a burning gaze. Chapter 1066. The hundreds of disciples at the back trembled when they saw the majestic figure. There was fear and respect in their eyes. "Uncle Xincheng, go for it." Many disciples at the back clenched their fists. Xincheng calmed himself down and looked up at the heaven's eye in the sky. Then he said respectfully, "Ancestor, I'm going in." "Okay." The deep voice sounded in the sky with the might of a king. Then, Xincheng stepped out with a cold expression. When he stepped onto the dark red light platform, the entire void started to shake. The huge light formation in the sky also shook and countless cracks appeared on it. Xincheng's cultivation has improved again. An ordinary 7th heaven supremacy can't cause such a commotion. Yeah, the teleportation formation can't take it anymore. However, if he can go in, he'll definitely get a great opportunity. Don't worry, the other forces won't dare to try, but the Shun family can definitely send him in safely. Up in the sky, a few elders were having a quick discussion while the hundreds of disciples in the distance were also nervously watching the scene. Obviously, the middle-aged man called Xincheng was a 7th heaven supremacy. Under normal circumstances, It was impossible for him to enter the remote sky mystery realm. However, as the House of Kings, the Shun family naturally had a special method. In the void, the huge light formation shone brightly and quickly communicated with the world. A huge passage appeared in the void. However, the passage was extremely unstable and seemed to show signs of breaking at any time. It was the passage to the remote sky mystery realm. However, it only allowed martial artists below the sixth heaven supremacy to enter. Above this level, the passage would become extremely unstable. If a powerful martial artist tried to force his way in, he might be torn to pieces by the extremely unstable power of space. Now, the middle-aged man called Shin Chong was about to experience that. Under the effect of the huge light formation, his body floated towards the dark passage. Then the passage shook slightly and formed countless terrifying cracks. It was as if the middle-aged man was about to be devoured. It was a terrifying scene. If one was enveloped by the terrifying power of space, one would not be able to escape. Therefore, the middle-aged man was extremely dangerous at the moment. When the hundreds of disciples behind saw this, they exclaimed and were extremely nervous. However, Shin Chong snorted coldly in the void. He waved his hand, and a stream of light appeared above his head. It shone down and covered his body. Earth rank treasure fragment. Seeing this, a disciple exclaimed, Earth rank treasure fragment. When the surrounding disciples heard this, they were envious. Although it was a fragment, it was more terrifying and precious than a half-Earth rank treasure. No wonder the other party dared to enter the remote sky secret realm despite being a seventh layer venerable. It turned out that he had a terrifying weapon like the fragment of an Earth rank treasure artifact. Many disciples quickly discussed among themselves, and their hearts were finally at ease. Sure enough, in the void above, under the effect of the Earth-class treasure fragment, Shin Chong's figure rapidly shuttled through the passageway and disappeared. After Shin Chong, a few older martial artists walked out and used special methods to enter the remote heaven's secret realm. Only after the older generation had left would it be the younger generation's turn. However, compared to the older Shinch fragment, the younger Shinch fragment was much safer. Because none of them were above the sixth heaven of the venerable realm, they did not have to worry about being killed by the power of space. When the Shun family entered the remote sky mystery realm, the Morong family was also making preparations. At this moment, a pitch-black tunnel appeared above the Morong family. It was like a huge beast in the abyss opening its mouth. It was extremely terrifying. Ching Cheng, have you really thought it through? Although there are many treasures inside, it is also extremely dangerous. There was a period of time when the death rate in the remote sky mystery realm was 50%. A delicate-looking young man said. This young man was extremely handsome. He was like a fairy child and had an otherworldly aura. Although he looked like a young man, he spoke very maturely. However, no one dared to look down on him. Even the surrounding elders looked at him with respect. This was because, although this young man looked young, his eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life. When he looked around, he emitted a king-like aura. This completely opposite scene appeared on this young man at the same time, making him seem mysterious. Great-grandfather, don't worry. I've thought it through. Besides, with the treasures you gave me, I won't be in too much danger. Morong Ching smiled. All right, since you've decided, let's begin. Hearing this, everyone's expression froze. Then they looked ahead. Under the pitch-black tunnel, there was a beautiful figure. She was like a fairy and did not have a trace of the mortal world. Behind her were nearly 100 young disciples, all of whom were waiting excitedly. Morong Ching smiled faintly. Like a fairy, she flew into the tunnel above. After Morong Ching landed, the tunnel, which was still trembling, became extremely stable. There was not even a trace of abnormality. Looking at the gradually disappearing figure, everyone was amazed. In particular, the elders nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that the bloodline in this girl's body had awakened. Otherwise, with her cultivation, she would not be able to stabilize the space tunnel. Yes, the bloodline has finally awakened. Our Morong family might have another king-like figure soon. A few elders were excited. However, the handsome young man shook his head slightly. Qingcheng had a long way to go. She should not be limited to the family. Compared to here, the outside world was more exciting and could allow her to grow. The handsome young man's words shocked the elders. However, no one dared to say anything. Palace of Ares, holy land of martial arts. A huge palace stood in the clouds. On the majestic door, there was a divine sword and a demonic saber carved on it. The two intersected, forming the totem of the Palace of Ares. In the Palace of Ares, a skinny old man sat in a majestic hall. This old man's aura was deep and terrifying. It was as if he could destroy the world with a raise of his hand. This person was the vice palace master of the Palace of Ares. However, it was obvious that his faction still controlled the Palace of Ares. Below the throne, there was a middle-aged man. He was wearing a blood-red robe. His eyes were filled with arrogance, like an overlord. It wasn't easy. Finally, at the last moment before the opening of the remote sky secret realm, we managed to seize control. The middle-aged man said with a smile. There was a trace of joy and excitement in his voice. It's nothing. Although that guy is strong, it is not his real body. As long as we spend some time, we will be able to make him disappear one day. At that time, the entire Palace of Ares will be mine. The skinny old man said in a deep voice. There was a trace of sharpness in his voice. However, things don't seem to be perfect. According to the news from Windy City, that person seems to have appeared. Chapter 1067. That person? You mean the young man they're waiting for? Yes, said the middle-aged man. This information should be correct, but I didn't expect that young man to be related to Senmu College. They even seemed to value him. After hearing that, the elder pondered for a moment, then said, It's nothing. If it's really that person, he will definitely enter the remote sky secret realm this time. When the time comes, we'll send someone to kill him in the secret realm. Then they will be completely defeated. Hearing this, a cold smile appeared on the middle-aged man's face. Lin Xian, right? Since you dare to appear, don't blame us. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not existing in this world. A pitch-black tunnel also appeared on Senmu College's side. As soon as this tunnel appeared, the originally quiet scene instantly became chaotic. Then, under the command of Dean Xian and the other elders, the older generation started to enter the tunnel first. Fortunately, Senmu College was powerful and had a strong foundation. Therefore, the two 7th-level supremacies also entered the tunnel safely. Next, it was the younger generation's turn. Dugu Outyan carried a long sword on his back and was tall and strong. He turned to look at Lin Xian and said in a deep voice, Brother Lin, I'll go first. After saying that, he stomped his foot and instantly disappeared into the black tunnel above, like a sword gleam. Then Li Yunfei also glanced at Lin Xian, turned around, and soared into the sky. Seeing those two figures, Lin Xian also took a deep breath. His eyes were full of seriousness. He knew that it was his turn now. When Li Yunfei's figure also disappeared into the tunnel, Lin Xian moved. He did not fly rapidly. Instead, he flew slowly toward the black tunnel. However, just as he stepped into the black tunnel, the originally stable tunnel suddenly trembled slightly. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. They did not expect this to happen at all. It should be known that only when the first two 7th-level supremacies entered the tunnel would such a phenomenon occur. And now, the same phenomenon was happening to Lin Xian. This was simply too unbelievable. In an instant, Lin Xian's face turned extremely ugly. He couldn't understand why the black tunnel would suddenly change like this. One had to know that even though he was powerful, he didn't think that he could compare to a 7th-level venerated cultivator. Therefore, he couldn't figure it out at all. However, the current situation did not allow him to think too much about it. This was because, from the way the passage was trembling, it seemed like it would soon shatter. Seeing this scene, the young disciples below were terrified. Even Headmaster Xian and the others had grave expressions on their faces. One had to know that Lin Xian's identity was special. He could not afford to lose him, let alone encounter danger in this passage. Thus, without any hesitation, school head Xian made her move. He formed a series of mystical hand seals that flew upwards in an attempt to take control of the black tunnel. However, it didn't seem to have much effect. On the other hand, the Crimson Dragon said, "Damn it, I forgot. Although my cultivation has dropped, my realm has indeed surpassed the King Realm." After all, once one became a King Realm cultivator, one's life level and soul would undergo heaven-defying changes, and they would be completely different from a venerable one. Therefore, even though the Crimson Dragon's cultivation was gone, his body and soul imprint were truly at the King Realm. This kind of power was not allowed to pass through the black tunnel. Hearing the Crimson Dragon's words, Lin Xian's face became even more unsightly. What could he do? He had two choices now. One was to leave the Crimson Dragon behind and enter the black tunnel alone. However, although he would be safe in that way, the restrictions in the remote, heavenly secret realm would be his biggest problem. After all, he had learned formations and restrictions from the Crimson Dragon, and he was far superior to ordinary formation masters. However, the ancient restrictions were not child's play. It would probably be very difficult for him to go against them with his current strength. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, he didn't want to leave the Crimson Dragon behind at all. However, if he didn't leave the Crimson Dragon behind, he would be killed by the spatial power. He couldn't resist this kind of power either. Therefore, facing him now seemed to be a dead end. Zero, do you have any ideas? Lin Xian had no choice but to ask Zero through voice transmission. Zero didn't say anything. Instead, it directly activated the 10,000 bee sting and shot out a black halo that enveloped Lin Xian's body. With the support of the Earth-rank treasure, Lin Xian was completely safe. Then, he quickly passed through the black tunnel and disappeared. Seeing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. That scared me to death. What happened just now? Why did something happen to the black tunnel? It shouldn't be. Although Lin Xian's strength is outstanding, it's far from being able to threaten the black tunnel. I think there must be a mistake. In any case, the phenomenon has disappeared. Lin Xian can be considered to have entered safely. The elders were completely relieved. However, they didn't notice the black light shot out by the 10,000 bee sting. They all thought that the black tunnel had calmed down by itself. It couldn't be helped. The black light was similar in color to the black tunnel. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to tell. Moreover, when Zero was controlling it, it used a relatively low-key method. Therefore, it was normal that the elders didn't notice it. However, Dean Xian frowned slightly. He had caught a glimpse of the faint light just now. However, he was just curious and didn't think much of it. Lin Xian didn't know any of this because he was still teleported into a strange space. With a flash of white light, Lin Xian's body appeared in the void. However, he immediately frowned, because when the power of space disappeared, an extremely heavy force supported his body. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on him. Lin Xian's expression changed drastically. He quickly activated the art of longevity. The spiritual energy in his body surged and formed a force to resist the gravity. Then he landed safely and heaved a sigh of relief. The Crimson Dragon also came out of the storage ring. It kept waving its dragon claws in fear. F***CK, that scared me to death. That was so dangerous. Indeed, the situation just now was very dangerous. Fortunately, Lin Xian had many trump cards and finally passed through safely. The Crimson Dragon heaved a sigh of relief. Then it sensed its surroundings and was surprised. The gravity here is different. It seems to be much heavier than outside. Indeed, Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He felt a force several times heavier than outside pressing down on him. However, his body had been nourished by many natural treasures and was extremely strong. This gravity was nothing to him. However, this strange scene made him extremely bewildered. That was because he had entered many arcane realms. For example, the monster-slaying world was a strange arcane realm. However, the monster-slaying world was nothing compared to this place. That was because this remote sky arcane realm was far superior to the monster-slaying world in all aspects. Especially in the air, there was a heavy pressure that made it hard for people to breathe. Chapter 1068. The air in the remote sky secret realm was heavier than Lin Xian had imagined. It also carried an ancient aura. It could not be helped. The remote sky secret realm was a secret realm that had been passed down since ancient times. It could be said to be extremely mysterious. Even after so many years, the various factions of the Tianwu continent had sent their elite disciples in, but they had only explored 10 or 20% of it. It was impossible to explore the entire place. In other words, more than 80% of the places in the remote sky secret realm were unexplored. After analyzing this, Lin Xian's expression did not look very good. However, he did not give up. He could give up on the other treasures, but he had to find the heavenly nether bird. Don't worry, Xiao Xuanzi. According to my judgment, the heavenly nether bird is definitely in this secret realm. The Crimson Dragon said. However, our first task is not to find the heavenly nether bird, but to find treasures to quickly increase our strength. After all, no one knew what state the heavenly nether bird was in right now. Lin Xian nodded. The Crimson Dragon was right. This place was extremely dangerous. Increasing his strength first was the best way. Just as the both of them were conversing, the void vibrated once more. One after another, figures appeared in the void and descended swiftly. Obviously, these people were also disciples of Senmu College. However, they had just entered and were naturally suppressed by the gravity here. One by one, they fell down like meteorites. However, these disciples of Senmu College were not ordinary people. After a moment of panic, they calmed down and used their methods to safely land. However, these people did not land in the same place as Lin Xian. They landed in a different region. It was a few thousand meters away from Lin Xian, and there were 2 mountains in between. In fact, Lin Xian understood after thinking about it. The black passageway allowed at most a 6th heaven venerable to pass through. Venerables above the 6th heaven could enter the passageway using ingenious methods, but they could not stay with the crowd. Instead, they were randomly sent to remote sky mystery land. In other words, the 2 7th-level venerables from Senmu College weren't here. As for Lin Xian, because he was carrying the Crimson Dragon, some abnormalities occurred, and he also deviated from his trajectory. Fortunately, 0 acted in time, so the trajectory did not deviate by much. In the beginning, Lin Xian was not familiar with the hidden sky secret realm, so he did not plan to act alone. Instead, he planned to stay with the team for a period of time and make a decision after he had a thorough understanding of the place. With a flicker, Lin Xian flew towards the place where everyone was about to land. However, even though it was said to be flying, it was actually jumping because the air here was extremely dense, even suppressing martial artists from flying. This didn't mean that Lin Xian couldn't fly, but it would consume a lot of spiritual energy. In this unfamiliar place, preserving his strength was the most important thing. Therefore, Lin Xian only used his movement technique and quickly ran on the ground. In front, the seniors and young disciples completely settled down after landing. Then they began to look around and count the number of people. Soon, they frowned because other than the 2 7th-level venerables, they realized that Lin Xian was not with them. This surprised them greatly. However, they soon heaved a sigh of relief because they saw Lin Xian flying towards them quickly. "You're finally here. We thought you were randomly sent out too," Bing Ling said worriedly in the crowd. No, there was a slight deviation during the teleportation. Fortunately, it wasn't too far away. Lin Xian shrugged and returned to the team. The seniors also heaved a sigh of relief. Then they looked around and said in a low voice, "Since this is your first time entering the Hidden Sky secret realm and you're not familiar with this place, it's better for everyone to stay together at the beginning." After hearing that, everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, this place was unpredictable and dangerous. If everyone stayed together, their safety would be greatly increased. Moreover, they knew nothing about this place. If they went out alone, they might not be able to find anything. The following matters were easy to handle. With the seniors taking the lead, Lin Xian and the others began to walk in the Hidden Sky secret realm. "Now let's confirm our location," one of the elders, Elder Song, said. Then he took out a map and started to study it with everyone. Elder Song was very powerful and had reached the 6th level Venerable Realm. Moreover, he was very old and had been here twice before. Therefore, no one was more familiar with the Hidden Sky secret realm than him. In front of him, even Digo Outyen, Liyun Fei, and the others did not dare to act rashly. Elder Song and the seniors studied for a while and then said loudly, "If I'm not wrong, we should be in the Mirage Sea Zone." "Mirage Sea." When Yen said, everyone frowned. Even Lin Xian did not look too good, because the Mirage Sea was very mysterious and rumored to be very terrifying. No one wanted to stay here. After taking a deep breath, Elder Song said in a low voice, "I think we should hurry up and leave this place." Everyone nodded and went on their way. The Crimson Dragon looked suspicious. "Mirage Sea? What kind of lousy name is this? There's not even a drop of water here. How can it be called the Mirage Sea?" It looked around for a long time, but did not find anything. It could only follow Lin Xian. Then, Lin Xian and the others set off under Elder Song's lead. However, no one flew because flying here consumed too much spiritual power. It was not worth it. This was a test of everyone's movement skills. Those with good movement skills were like fish in water. They could even ingeniously reduce the pressure in the air. Lin Xian's movement skills were probably the best among them. He had no choice. His Void Tomb Illusory Demon Steps was an Earth-level movement skill. However, he did not walk too fast. Instead, he walked with the others. However, a few disciples who were confident in their movement skills chose to lead the way. Boom! However, Lin Xian and the others were walking when an earth-shattering sound suddenly came from the front. Then, countless rays of light lit up like colorful clouds, shocking the surroundings. Along with it came a vast amount of spiritual power and the sound of fierce fighting. "Oh no, they're fighting!" When everyone heard the sound, their expressions changed. They all sped up and went to help. Lin Xian also took a step and flew out like a wisp of smoke. Soon, he saw the scene in front of him. There, more than 10 disciples were fighting with a pack of demon wolves. This pack of demon wolves was very terrifying. They had reached the level of demon general. Moreover, their demon chi had condensed into armor, making them even more difficult to deal with. For a moment, these demon wolves and the disciples in front of them were locked in a fierce battle. This was too shocking. One had to know that these disciples of Sema College were all genius warriors. In the outside world, ordinary demon generals were no match for them. They could almost kill them in a second. Even demon generals of the same level would not be so beaten up. But now these people could not take down this pack of demon wolves. It was really shocking. Chapter 1069. It seemed that the gravity in the remote sky secret realm was not the only abnormal place. Even the demonic beasts were much stronger than those in the outside world. Fortunately, Lin Xian had more people on his side, and there were also older generation experts. One of the elders rushed over and snorted as he punched forward. The terrifying fist brought about a strong gust of wind and blew up a demonic wolf. Seeing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, they were shocked by the combat power of the older generation. As expected of the older generation, their combat power was too fierce. The rest of the older generation also attacked and killed more than 10 demonic wolves in an instant. When the remaining wolves saw this scene, they were finally frightened. They quickly howled and tried to escape in all directions. Hey, these demonic wolves are ancient remnant beasts. The fur and bones on them are very strange. If this material is used to refine weapons, it should be much better than those in the outside world. A few of the older generation looked at the demonic wolves' corpses on the ground with shining eyes. After hearing this, the disciples at the back were also shocked. As expected of the remote sky secret realm, there were indeed many treasures. Just a pack of demonic wolves was an ancient remnant beast. This place was full of treasures. Of course, in order to obtain rich treasures, one had to be powerful. Without these older generation figures, the younger generation would have to put in a lot of effort. Next, Elder Song divided them into groups. The younger generation was divided into 3 groups, led by Lin Xian, De Guotian, and Li Yunfei. The older generation figures stood guard at the side. Not long after, Lin Xian and the rest were intercepted again. It was still demonic wolves, but there were obviously more of them this time. There was even a wolf king in the group. This time, the battle was much more intense than before. All kinds of spiritual energy, light, splashed everywhere. Lin Xian was also attacked, and the battle was about to start. He waved his hand, and a series of palm shadows rushed out with a terrifying icy aura. All the demonic wolves that were touched by the icy aura were quickly covered in frost. They were frozen and slowed down. Seeing this, the others attacked with all their might. Lin Xian did not fight the demon wolves with all his might. Instead, he acted as the commander, occasionally releasing his icy aura to control the entire battlefield. All of a sudden, Lin Xian's heart started pounding as a bad premonition rose from the bottom of his heart. He quickly released his soul force to scan the surroundings as he shouted, "Be careful! Pay attention to the plants around you!" His voice was like a clap of thunder, exploding in everyone's ears. Suddenly, the hearts of the Senmu College students trembled, and they quickly formed solid defensive shields around their bodies. Sure enough, in the next moment, the grayish-brown plant nearby came to life. Like a demon, it kept swaying. Moreover, countless gray tree branches shot out from the ground like venomous pythons and quickly wrapped around the crowd. This change was very sudden. Some of the branches had jet-black, poisonous thorns on them. It was obvious that they were covered in poison. If not for Lin Xian's warning, the disciples would have been pierced by the poisonous thorns. If that had happened, they would have been in danger. However, even with Lin Xian's warning, some of the disciples were still too slow. They did not dodge in time and were whipped by the grayish-brown vines. They were immediately sent flying. In fact, one of the disciples' protective light barrier was even cracked by it. Suddenly, the disciple's pupils shrank and a look of horror appeared on his face. Fortunately, the poisonous thorns did not hurt his body. However, the gray plants did not let these people go, especially the disciples who were sent flying. Countless vines quickly wrapped around them. Seeing this, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He flicked out a tempest sword ripple with his finger. It was as fast as lightning, slashing forward. Bang! The sound of an intense collision rang out. Terrifying energy spread out in all directions, instantly tearing the ground apart. Countless energy collided, forming a fierce wind that swept up sand and dust. It was like a tornado that swept in all directions. Lin Xian's sword was very sharp. It directly cut off the gray tree branches. Thank you, Brother Lin. Those few disciples also had lingering fear on their faces as they quickly retreated and regrouped with the rest. However, although the crowd gathered together, they did not look good. This was because scarlet blood flowed out from the broken tree branches, instantly dyeing the ground red. Seeing this, the crowd gasped and felt their scalps go numb. A tree branch could actually bleed. This was the first time they had seen such a scene. Before the crowd could react, a shrill cry suddenly came from the depths of the ground. Then the entire ground shook as if a huge monster had awakened and quickly emerged from the ground. The ground bulged, and then countless cracks appeared as it quickly rushed into the distance. A huge tree demon crawled up from the ground and roared ferociously. Its voice was terrifying. This tree demon was very large, almost 100 meters tall. There was a flat cut on its upper left side, which was caused by Lin Xian's sword qi. Lin Xian's sword qi had angered the tree demon below. It roared and its branches trembled. Like poisonous snakes, they quickly lashed out at the crowd. "Be careful, these branches are highly poisonous," Lin Xian quickly reminded them. At the same time, he calmly dodged the attacks of the countless branches. The crowd also knew how powerful it was. They did not dare to fight it head-on and quickly fled. At this moment, a cold shout rang out. Chi Hao, who was in the crowd, roared and waved his huge palm, slamming it to the front left. This palm was very terrifying. It shook the surroundings, and the entire void was mercilessly torn apart. The blue palm was like a vast ocean as it ruthlessly blasted towards the gray tree demon. However, the tree demon also roared. The countless branches on its body waved and quickly intertwined, forming a gray fist that blasted forward. Bang! An earth-shattering sound rang out. The tree demon's fist actually blocked the ocean blue palm shadow. In fact, the power of the countless branches even managed to push Chi Hao back through the blue light pillar. Seeing this, the crowd's hearts trembled. They could not believe it. Who was Chi Hao? He was an expert in the top 10 of the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. However, he was unable to take down the tree demon. This was too shocking. No wonder it was said that the remote sky mystery realm was extremely terrifying. Now it seemed that it was true. But fortunately, Chi Hao was only blasted back and did not suffer any injuries. On the other side, Lin Xian roared and quickly waved his arm. Previously, he was only in control of the situation and would only attack when there was danger. However, he could not care less now. The gray tree demon's strength was beyond his expectations. He had to attack and defeat it as soon as possible. Countless pieces of ice gathered together to form an icy blue fist, which violently punched forward. The tree demon roared. The branches on its body trembled and formed a huge gray shield in front of it. However, it had underestimated the icy blue fist.